We can lead.
Yeah.
Seminary in Alexandria, Virginia. And I'm welcoming you to this, our third day of the Space of Knowledge. And as hosts of this session, I am now going to introduce the very Reverend Ian Markham, who is the Dean of Virginia Theological Seminary and its president since 2007. He has his PhD from University of Exeter, where he focused on Christian ethics. He has also earned his M.Lit in philosophy and ethics at the University of Cambridge, and his BD in theology at the University of London. And Ian has served as the Dean and Professor of Theology at Hartford Seminary in Connecticut, and has been a visiting professor of globalization, ethics, and Islam at Leeds Metropolitan University in the UK. So with no further ado, I introduce Dean Markham.
Virginia Theological Seminary is delighted to participate in this remarkable course. We're a graduate school that is almost 200 years old. We are Anglican in ethos with about 200 students, and we provide 50 graduates a year who become Episcopal clergy, as well as a further 5 graduates who serve overseas. I really do think this course is remarkable. It is global. Rome meets Washington, DC. Alexandria, Virginia is just 10 miles away from the center of DC. It is ecumenical, and it's a course that truly opens up research possibilities for the teachers and graduate students around the whole issue of art and faith. It was Charles Taylor, in his magnum opus, The Secular Age, who argued that the transformed worldview is less to do with scientific skepticism about theism and more to do with mood. It is not true, argues Taylor, that people think that science has disproved Christianity. Instead, people feel that faith is implausible. To use the language of Taylor, the sense of the spiritual has dissipated. The understanding of the self as porous has gone. And we are a buffered self where the spiritual cannot penetrate. This course is important because it is an invitation to think differently. It is an invitation to engage with the complex set of relationships in art, between the artist, work of art, and observer. The experience of knowing needs to be more than just the transmission of knowledge. It is a holistic experience that involves mind and heart. The skills learned from this course can be precious. It is in courses like this that the response to secularism will be found. So congratulations, students, for choosing to do this course. You are on an important journey. So thank you to the teachers. Thank you, Dr. Flanagan, for bringing this course to Virginia Theological Seminary. This is an exciting moment. I'm delighted to welcome you to the VTS Day. Thank you for listening.
Just by way of details and information for this morning, we have myself and two other speakers that will be speaking here from Virginia, the classroom in Virginia Seminary. So we have the wonderful opportunity to be able to speak to not just you, the camera, but also folks and people in the room. I'm going to turn now to my presentation and hope to have that. There we go. Thank you. My presentation this morning, the lecture will speak to the work looks at us in its sense of looking at the word behold. So I will introduce the concept of behold in the threefold seeing. I will compare seeing and beholding using Guardini's statement regarding to behold. I will outline the principles of beholding. I will also look at the biblical conceptions and a scientific example of beholding. I will examine the mystical works of Gregory Palamas and Maggie Ross to engage their views and uses of behold, and I will conclude with a summary that captures to behold within the threefold seeing. I want to start, if we can move one more slide, please. I want to start by telling you a story. I was eating breakfast one day at the Village Store, the local eatery in my hometown of 1,200 people. While I quietly sat reading the paper, a stranger approached me. I sensed him near, but ignored him. He continued to stand near me, hoping to catch my attention. When I finally looked up, he said, "Hi, Jack." I said, "I'm not Jack," and tried to return to my breakfast. He persisted, saying, "I know it's you, Jack. It's me, Harry." I shook my head and repeated, "I'm not Jack." I said it with a smile that really said, "It's time for you to leave. Please go away. You're creeping me out." But he didn't go away, and I didn't know what to do next. Then he said, "You're Jack Gilpin." I slowly nodded my head, knowing where the conversation was really going. I said, "I'm not Jack Gilpin, but I know him. He lives in the next town over and is a friend of mine. But I'm not Jack. You should know that Jack is an American actor who has appeared in numerous television shows, including the current series Billions. Jack is also an Episcopal priest, which, if you watch Billions, you will know how ironic that is. Since Jack is a known actor, the stranger thought I was hiding my identity so no one would bother me, incognito. But the stranger named Harry would not leave. He kept at it. He thought I was playing a joke. Thankfully, his wife showed up. Not that she disagreed with him that I was Jack, but that she saw how embarrassing this interaction was. The stranger turned to his wife. "He looks just like Jack." I said, "I'm not Jack, I'm Bob." She took him by the arm and pulled him away, and I returned to my now cold eggs and paper. You can see on the screen, on your screen, that Jack and I are similar looking, but not the same. However, the stranger couldn't see that. He was blind to the truth. He only wanted to see what he wanted to see. He couldn't behold the truth and the reality of what was before him. Exodus 3 begins, "Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. He led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of God, even Horeb. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. He looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. Now, Moses approached the bush and looked carefully. He beheld the bush and the truth. He didn't doubt the bush's existence, the flame within it, or even the angel. He could have run away in fright. In apathy, he could have turned away. He could have looked and doubted, but he didn't. He beheld it, seeing all three and letting the paradox of it be. Let's move one more slide. Other than God's presence, what's the difference between the two interactions? The men see something unusual and surprising. They stop and look more closely. They approach what they see, and that's where the similarities end. The stranger made up his mind about who I was before he spoke to me. His mind was closed to any alternative. I was Jack Gilpin, full stop. On the other hand, Moses kept his eyes open. He kept his mind open. He remained conscious. He entered the space of knowledge. In Yvonne Donna Schlobitten's article about trees and spaces, she quotes Romano Guardini. To see, perhaps we should more accurately say to behold, means first of all and fundamentally to be touched by the sensory phenomenon in the object and to be called upon the understanding of it. Guardini's statement begins to show us the characteristics of the object. The object affects the viewer, the interaction is sensory, not just visual. The object has its own understanding. The object has its own value and integrity. The Exodus account and the biblical use of behold tells us more. To behold means the object is aware of another's presence. Note that the bush was burning before Moses saw it. The divine and the creator interact. The angel appeared amidst the bush. The divine respects the agency and the autonomy of the created object. The bush was on fire, but the fire did not consume the bush. Quantum theory explains behavior of matter and energy. Please move one more slide. Quantum theory explains the behavior and matter of energy on the atomic and subatomic level. Developed by Albert Einstein, among others, it predicted that a system cannot change while an observer watches it. Until recently, the theory had not been confirmed. In 2015, a group of American physicists at the University of Cornell confirmed and verified what is called the Zeno effect. Paradoxically, atoms don't change or even move when observed. Therefore, we can surmise that to behold means the object is aware of its viewer. The atoms and other subatomic matter somehow realize they are being watched. It means that the old adage, a watched pot never boils, is somehow true. It's confounding and perplexing consideration. But indeed, the object or the work looks at us. Therefore, to behold must respect an object's autonomy, agency, and value. We owe it to the created and creation to respect what we behold. Therefore, the importance of beholding is more consequential than seeing. The 14th century Byzantine theologian and priest explains, our souls possess two eyes, yet the sight which is proper to each eye is not the same use, is not for the same use. With one eye, we behold the secrets of nature, that is to say, the power of God, wisdom and providence towards us, things comprehensible by the virtue of his greatness of his governance. With the other eye, we contemplate the glory of his holy nature. When we behold an object, we do so on two levels. One, we see the object for what it is, represents, and the knowledge it has for us to learn. Two, we also see the object for what it tells us about God, God's nature, and divine communication. Maggie Ross is a modern day Anglican solitary. Let's move one more slide, please. Who lives in the United Kingdom. She states that beholding is an experience of contemplation that is without activity. It is a resting, loving, wondering apprehension of the manifestation of the divine. Ross develops her conceptions of beholding through the works of several 14th century mystics. The act of beholding is more than seeing or observing an object, work, or word. It is to stop, pause, and become deeply aware of the work. To behold is to sense the Holy Spirit at work in, through, and beyond what is observed. It is a personal encounter with the work, but without self-interest. Rather, it is to seek God's vision emerging from the object. The object lets the observer lets the object, the work be, and experience it for what it is. Experiences it for what it is, letting the work be known and known by heart. To behold is to see God, the ultimate creator involved in all things. The perfume of God's ardor and presence is everywhere. Therefore, the divine presence is within every field of study and all cultures. God is what ties all the different subject matters together. Within the space of knowledge, the observer learns about the work's technical aspects and the wisdom of God emerging from it. I want to thank Yvonne, Dean Markham, and Virginia Seminary for the opportunity to be with you all this morning. I hope that you found my words edifying, and and that they are an orientation, a foundation for what is our rest of our day. So if you give me a moment here, I will introduce our next speaker. I hope this goes quickly. What I'm going to actually ask is if Yvonne, if you don't mind, in our run-up, I don't have our speaker's bio right in front of me. Where I have all of the bios in front of me, so I'm struggling here to make sure that I get the introduction, and it's my sincere apologies. Or perhaps our next speaker, with my apologies, and I'll come back on to work on this, but just to go right into our next speaker if you can. And please introduce yourself. Good, thank you.
Okay. Hello. I just say two words. Otwin Dali studied archaeology and is now the director of the DAI, the Institute of Archaeology in Rome. Perhaps, yes.
For introducing me. Thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to share a PowerPoint presentation with you. Could you please give me the permission to do so? Okay. So. Do you see the presentation? Do you see the presentation, Yvonne?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, well,
yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me. I think my contribution will be a different contribution. I'm an archaeologist and I'm talking on archaeology, but on archaeology as a six-eyes discipline, a global discipline, and I would like to explain now within the next 15 minutes what I'm talking on. First of all, I would like to, one moment. Okay. First of all, what is archaeology? Well, archaeology is a science investigating the ways of thinking and living of men in the past. And quite often we have that here, right here, downstairs, ruins, material fragments, material culture of the past, but it has been before complete context. That case, a building with many different objects in it, a space, a social space, space for living people in the past. A space that has been destroyed or that has been littered. And what are archaeological fields of activity? We are talking on many different activities. Photography is taken from the air, analyzing satellite pictures. We are talking on prospections and surveys with different methods. We are talking on the analysis of finds or findings, of photogrammetry, that is a method for the investigation of buildings. We are talking on chronology, different science and art-based methods for dating objects. We are talking on climate and landscape history, geology, geomorphology, hydrology, and we are talking on anthropological investigations, skeletons, food patterns, diseases, genetics, living environments, affinities, that are all tasks of archaeology. Main topic of archaeology is maybe the excavation and the investigation specifically of stratigraphies of different layers, and thus the attempt to reconstruct history. And we are dealing with specific forms of knowledge processing, archives, excavation magazines, storage rooms, libraries, archives, corpora, photo archives, analogous publications, museums, and plaster casts, to mention some of them. And all this we need to try to get an idea of what had happened in the past. That is here an ideal model of a city of Troy in Turkey, and an attempt to reconstruct different layers of the history of a town between the Bronze Age and the Roman Imperial Age. We are using everything what we see in the earth until the final publication. And all this has a complete, has an irreplaceable value for us, because when archaeologists dig, they also destroy at that moment, and the process cannot be repeated. Well, while I'm here today, I think because archaeology is always means always interdisciplinary work. You see here different people working at Pergamon, in the city of Pergamon in Turkey, and you see many different specialists. Not only archaeologists, specialists for Roman archaeology, Greek archaeology, Byzantine archaeology, late antique archaeology, but also specialists for measurements, specialists, architects, specialists for investigating the ground with specific technique, the specialists of the natural sciences. These different disciplines have been developing over time different methods of subject cultures or forms of visualization. To give you a quick example, classical archaeology has been, since the 19th century, been interested in Greek, especially in Greek history, and they have been attempting to describe objects of a Greek past, in that case, a Greek vases from the city of Athens, by showing the pictures, by depicting the pictures. A complete different way has been chosen by the prehistoric archaeology. They were much more interested in the profiles of pottery and not that much in the decor elements of pottery. Thus, to reconstruct the typology of different pots over time. Again, different approach has been developed by architects. They are using maps, 3D reconstructions, but also depictions and painted reconstructions of former buildings of the past, in that case, the Greek city of Metapontum. That means we are talking on always different disciplines working together. You have been always aware of what the other is doing and what you are doing in finding a joint base for working together. But archaeology is even more, is really an intercultural global discipline. You see here a map of the worldwide activity of a German archaeological institute, very powerful institution working on all 5 continents with hundreds of projects in many different countries and collaborating with many different colleagues from completely different cultural environments. That means we are talking on archaeology also on monuments of the cultural heritage that they have always a very specific meaning and a very specific cultural, national, or social environment. Just 2 very different examples. The Colosseum in Rome, that is investigated by our institute. On the other side, sculptures from the Easter Island in Chile. The interpretation, what is cultural heritage, is always quite different. Sometimes people is not that much interested in material culture, but much more in rituals. And they think that rituals make much more part of their cultural heritage. 2 examples from the island of Bali and a different impression from Ethiopia. We are talking, if we are talking on the collaboration on an international scale, talking on different scholarly traditions. That means that an excavation in Japan, like here, the World Heritage Site of Okinawa, is quite different. Also regarding scholarly traditions in respect to another excavation in Jerusalem, Israel, to give you a completely different example. Also, from that point of view, we are dealing with very often with very different subjects, cultures, and forms of visualization. Sometimes you could say they have a different national background. Just 1 quick example, the projection of slides, of 2 slides, is very particular for German-speaking countries in the late 19th and 20th centuries AD. A technique used especially in classical archaeology and art history. But in France, for example, you would never have found such a technique in training students. They were much more text-based. And what does it mean now for the practical work? How can you bring that together? And why is archaeology, according to me, a six eyes discipline? Not only from a disciplinary point of view, but also from a cultural point of view. First example, Russia, where I've been excavating an early Greek trade post together with Russian specialists and colleagues. When we were starting here digging, 2 years we did not understand each other. Why? The German archaeologists had been using the term Befund. This is a very central term. You can use it for describing everything, a layer of earth or wall, whatever. In Russia, we had to realize only after 2 years that there is no equivalent for the German term Befund. They have a much different language, archaeological language, still based on Tsaristic traditions. And their central crucial term is planum. And in the end, we have been discussing how we could bring now our two different languages together. And in the end, we have been developing a joint language to describe results of our expedition. Second example, quite different one, the National Museum of Cherchell in Algeria, very important Numidic and Roman town in North Africa, where our institute has been working almost now for 15 years. And we have been asked by our Algerian partners to restore the sculptures together with them and to develop a new idea for the new National Museum. When we have been starting, we have been developing concepts according, you could say, European ideas, a chronological view on all these sculptures, and the idea to describe the history of a city in different levels. But the people in Cherchell was obviously not really interested in that question. And we had different meetings with the people in Cherchell, asking them, what are you interested in? What would you like to learn? What would you like to see? And they told us, well, we do not understand the nudity of the sculptures. It was very unusual to them. And then they told us, we are really not very interested in the Roman period, but in the Numidic period. And we would like to learn more about the transition from the late antique city to the Islamic city. In the end, we have been discussing together with them a concept, a completely new concept for the museum, explaining also the nudity of sculptures. And thus, you could say it was the six-eye principle. We had in the end a compromise how to present now the rich record, archaeological record of Cherchell to a broader public in the city of Cherchell. The third approach is given by the digital techniques. All the data you have in archaeology, they are essential because you can never repeat excavations. You can do it only once. That means all informations you have to put together and to analyze them together. And the digital databases give us now the possibility to relate every single object to the complete excavations, to buildings, and so on. These digital systems, also geographical information systems, reflect also actual features of archaeological research projects, the context of objects, overarching concepts like space, memory and oblivion, landscape, power, innovations, migration, gender, and so on, and anthropological questions which relate to the whole of humankind. The point is that our interpretation of a term like migration can be quite different. I've been learning in Russia, for example, that my Russian colleagues had a completely different understanding what is migration and how migration can be interpreted by archaeology when we, let's say, in West Europe have been doing it. But to give all these informations, to put them together, you need a discussion and you need a decision. And the decision, I would say, is again the result of a six eyes archaeological approach. To summarize, archaeology is an international discipline. We are dealing with different cultural, social environments, different understanding of history, different understanding also of cultural heritage. And archaeology is a discipline standing between the humanities with many points of context with the anthropology, classical studies, social sciences, art history, historical sciences, and on the other side with natural sciences, the archaeozoology, the archaeobotany, to reconstruct the food patterns of people in the past, chemistry, also today more and more important, archaeoinformatics. And that means archaeology is always a six eyes discipline. First, from a disciplinary point of view, and second, from a cultural point of view. Thank you very much for being interested in my short introduction.
Thank you. Just a second. Thank you so much for this presentation. Bob, it's you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ortwin. That was fascinating for us to hear. That's delightful. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you all Brother Thomas Stephenson of the Society of St. Francis in America. He has been a Franciscan monk for the past 5 years and is known in this San Franciscan community and at Virginia Seminary for his excellent work. And I bring him forward now.
Hello. In America, it is fairly common to see a statue of St. Francis placed in the garden of people's homes. There in the garden, St. Francis seems to be a bit sanitized, a bit less rebellious, a bit safer. People look and smile at the man who liked birds and trees and helped the poor as if he is a character from their favorite storybook. But history and the writings from the early Franciscan sources tell us that he was so much more. Scholars have engaged with the narrative of Francis for hundreds of years and have come to various conclusions. Since Francis was canonized as a saint just 2 years after his death, most of the early writings about him tend to lean toward hagiography, and therefore it is difficult to differentiate what is factual and what is embellished. Despite this embellishment, these writings do offer lessons and perspective from Francis and those who were close to him and followed his way of life. Today, I am here to offer my viewpoint of Francis's life, not as a scholar, but as one who lives out to the best of my ability, the way of Francis. The following presentation, after this one, offered by Anne-Marie Hansen, will look to how elements of the life of Francis that I'm offering act as an example of Guardini's threefold seeing. To read Francis's life is to read the life of a man in process. It is possible to mark pivotal moments where Francis's life was definitively altered. We see him living in one way with a certain perspective and confidence, and then a numinous moment occurs, a moment where his eyes seem to open and he sees. And then the way he lives his life after that moment seems to be different than before.
If we look at Francis's life before his encounter with the leper, for example, we read of how, as a young man, Francis could not bear the sight of lepers. They nauseated him, and he is quoted as saying that he couldn't even bear the sight of them. And yet, we also know that he had an encounter with a leper on the road where he was so overcome with empathy that he took the leper in his arms. We can infer that because this account is written much like the story of Jesus appearing to those on the Emmaus Road from the Gospel of Luke, that this encounter was pivotal in Francis's formation. This moment helped to usher Francis into the very life we associate with him, the poor follower of Jesus, who lived among and ministered to those on the margins. These pivotal moments in Francis's life, these moments that ushered him into new relationships with the world around him, did not just influence his relationship with people. Today, I want to focus on how moments like this also seem to mark Francis's process in his relationship to the world around him, specifically the natural world. The first place I want to draw your attention is to the Canticle of Brother Sun and Sister Moon. This work was dictated by Francis over several periods of his life. One way this work can be viewed is that Francis created these lines to communicate or commemorate his shifting perspective about the created world. This can most easily be seen in the last stanza about sister bodily death. This stanza was dictated by Francis as he was preparing to die. It is possible that as he accepted his failing health and looked deeply into the mystery of what lay ahead, that he had a moment of clarity. His response to that clarity was to sing out the words, "Praised be you, my Lord, through our sister bodily death, for whom no one living can escape." If we take this process of Francis seeing, experiencing, and then responding as he did with the lines of sister bodily death, then it is possible that the rest of the canticle was dictated in a similar fashion. It is possible to imagine Francis sitting with his brothers around a fire, warming himself, staring into the flames, marveling in their beauty before exclaiming the words, "Praise to you, my Lord, through brother fire, through whom you light the night, and he is beautiful and playful and robust and strong." These words of Francis about brother fire are not merely poetic. They are a reorientation of the ordered world. These words were a declaration that the act of fire, being fire, was not just utilitarian. It was, in fact, an act of praise. It was a declaration that God uses fire, that it has a purpose, and that purpose was beyond simply serving mankind. It was also a declaration that placed humankind and fire on the same level. One of the most revolutionary aspects of the canticle is that it places all the created world, human and non-human, on the same level. As James Courtney pointed out in Tuesday's presentation, these words remove the I-it relationship and replace it with one of an intimate familial bond. Humankinds are displaced from the center between God and the rest of the created world. Francis looked into the fire and saw his own place in the world. In the Deeds of Blessed Francis and his Companions, written circa 1330, the story of Francis and the Wolf of Gubbio is told. In this story, the village of Gubbio is being terrorized by a ravenous wolf that steals food, kills chickens, as well as killing villagers who wander into the forest. Several times, the villagers attempted to hunt and destroy the wolf, but were unsuccessful. When the village heard that Francis was near, they rushed to fetch him so that he could save them from the wolf. Francis agreed, traveled back to Gubbio with them. Once there, Francis told the people to stay in their homes, and he alone wandered into the forest. There, in the forest, he met the wolf. As the wolf approached, snarling, Francis made the sign of the cross, and the wolf closed his mouth and approached peacefully. Francis had a conversation with the wolf and explained that he saw the wolf and that the wolf was simply reacting out of severe hunger, out of need. He makes a deal with the wolf not to terrorize the villagers and asks the wolf to come with him to Gubbio. In Gubbio, Francis gathered the village together and explained to the village why Brother Wolf was terrorizing them. He then tells the village that they are to care for the wolf, and in return, the wolf is to care and protect them. The villagers agree, as does the wolf. And from that point on, the wolf goes from house to house being fed and welcomed by the people until his death 2 years later. When he died, the whole town mourned the loss of their brother wolf. If we look at this tale as a parable written in a hagiographical manner, it invites us into a space where we can imagine what a restored relationship with the earth and all of its creatures look like. And being a hagiographical text, it is meant to point out that which shows Francis as holy. Francis is willing to walk into the forest where he knows a wolf is terrorizing the villagers. Francis is human. He is not impervious to teeth or claws, and yet he is willing to enter the realm of nature unarmed. As a created creature, he enters the natural realm. And what he encounters is not a malicious and vicious beast, but rather he sees another poor and marginalized creation of God acting out of need. Francis's response to this insight, this seeing the wolf as more than just a savage beast, is the same response he has when he encountered the leper on the road, to offer what he could to meet their needs and to bring them into relationship. He brings the wolf to the village and instructs the village to care for the wolf, to meet its needs. Francis did not instruct the leadership or the richest to care for the wolf, but every member of community. And in return, the wolf was not the property or responsibility of a singular individual or family. He was a member of the community, of the whole, seen and respected. In this response, the wolf is elevated in the perception that it is not just a savage beast, and the people are brought down from the notion that their desires and experiences held more weight than the needs and experiences of the wolf. As in the canticle, Francis altered the human-centric position and mediated the reconfiguration of perspective on a more level and equitable footing. The whole shifting of perception and the response it warranted are then deemed as holy work by the authors. The fact that this is an account written about points to the idea that these actions are holy and sacred. Robin Wall Kimmerer, botanist, poet, and member of the Potawatomi Nation, an indigenous people group in the Americas, writes in her book, Braiding Sweetgrass, Indigenous Wisdom, Scientific Knowledge, and the Teaching of Plants, quote, action on behalf of life transforms. Because the relationship between self and the world is reciprocal, it is not a question of first getting enlightened or saved and then acting. As we work to heal the earth heals us, end quote. Francis was a person living out his process. As he looked on and engaged with the world, he responded and invited others to respond as well. In that continuously collaborative and reciprocal process, Francis impacted the world in a way that is still revolutionary and compelling nearly 800 years later. What would our world look like today if we followed Francis's example and widened our perception of the natural world around us? To see the wolf as more than a savage beast, but as a living creature like us with needs and desires and purpose, just like us. How does it change how we interact with the world around us when we start to see trees as living beings and not exclusively as potential lumber? Or lakes as vibrant ecosystems rather than only resources for our disposal? What are the implications of a worldview that doesn't automatically elevate humankind over the rest of the created world? What would our world look like if we saw these entities in a more complex and holistic light? Francis did love nature, as those statues in people's gardens seem to symbolize, but it was in a radical and revolutionary way. He loved them as siblings, as intimate members of his own family. He saw them in a reciprocal way, that the fruits of the earth were gifts offered from one created entity to another, and that something and not something to be taken for granted or expected. Francis saw nature for what it was, an explosion of life that praised God and fulfilled the divine will that was not higher or lower than himself. Francis looked into the wide, wondrous world around him, and he saw his place alongside it. Thank you.
Now it gives me pleasure to introduce to you all Anne-Marie Dina Hansen, who is a Master of Divinity degree student here at the Virginia Seminary, and also is a within the Universalist Unitarian denomination in the Americas. Anne-Marie.
We put on some special stickers for this presentation. Oh, okay. St. Francis encouraged people to look at the world through a holistic lens. In the story of the Wolf of Gubbio, Francis does not just look at the world from a singular intuitive perspective by asking, what does this wolf mean in relation to us? This question would be certainly answered as such, that the wolf is a threat, a violent creature that has and will continue to kill humankind in the region as well as the local animals. Certainly, this was the view of the villagers that went into the forest, attempted to go into the wolf's home and get rid of the problem at the source by killing it and thus saving themselves. However, this would only solve the problem from their perspective and only until another wolf came around. The logical way to switch perspectives initially would be by looking from the wolf's point of view. If we did this, we could identify with the hunger and the desperation that led it to committing these acts of violence. This view is an empathetic one and one that was probably part of St. Francis's worldview. But Francis went one step farther than just observing the perspective of his peers and of the wolf. He took an approach that one might name as threefold seeing. St. Francis was able to zoom out and understand that the wolf was facing a problem within its larger ecosystem. This makes sense, knowing that part of Francis's theology was not putting humankind above nature. To St. Francis, the mouse and the cockroach are as important in the eyes of God as the whole of humankind. Francis did not, as we collectively do, view humankind as the center of the earth. It is tempting to read the story of the Wolf of Gubbio as a miraculous act, or as a friendship between one man and one wolf. But I would argue that this is a story of understanding a problem within its wider context. Francis was able to empathize and ultimately befriend this wolf when he understood why the wolf was doing what it was doing. When Francis bravely went into the forest alone and spoke to the wolf, he acknowledged, "Brother Wolf, you've committed horrible crimes mercilessly, destroying God's creatures." Francis acknowledges that this is a crime that could be punished by death in the human world. And in doing so, he likens the wolf to a human robber or a human murderer. Francis tells the wolf that he wishes to make peace with it, addressing it as Brother Wolf, reinforcing his theological belief that humankind is equal to all other creatures. The wolf is his brother, not his son, his daughter, and certainly not just some creature. Furthermore, the wolf gives physical consent to St. Francis, showing that it fully accepted what Francis had to say. With only one of them communicating verbally, they are able to make a pact that protects both wolf as well as villagers that had formerly been terrorized. Francis is not punishing the wolf or scaring it off. Indeed, there is reciprocity in their agreement, and the wolf is able to live amongst the townspeople happily ever after. Whether this is a true story, a parable, or something in between, it teaches us about threefold seeing. If Francis had not been able to approach the situation from, in Guardini's words, a vantage point higher than himself, then there would not have been a mutually beneficial outcome to this story. In Robin Wall Kimmerer's modern classic of a book, Braiding Sweetgrass, she explains that humankind should be in relationship with nature. We should not pat ourselves on the back for simply doing something like reusing a glass bottle. We are not abusing nature, and that should be unremarkable. In the same way, we wouldn't pat ourselves on the back for not abusing a family member or romantic partner. Francis saw humankind's relationship with nature the way that Kimmerer suggests that we all should, as dynamic and relational. This is only possible when a person zooms out and develops a holistic view of the world. Guardini says in his book, The Lord, that man is incapable of justice as long as he is aimed solely at justice. True justice can only be obtained from above, from a vantage point higher than himself. It is from this vantage point that Guardini mentions that we can access environmental justice for wolves as well as all God's creatures. Francis's canticle echoes the same sentiment. It reinforces his perceived power dynamics between humans and the rest of God's worldly creations. Franciscan theology teaches us that humankind is not at the center of the world. In the Canticle of Brother Sun and Sister Moon, which, as in the story of Wolf of Gubbio, uses language like sister moon and stars and brother fire, it displays a sense of equanimity amongst all of God's creations. Guardini teaches us that God is the gateway to the essence of human existence. He writes that we must rely on God to be able to zoom out and transcend the temptations of evil that are part of human existence. Humankind, Guardini writes, is the arch enemy of our own salvation. The shepherd must fight first of all with us, for us. It is through God that we can understand our existence and be able to have a holistic view of the world. Thank you.
For our next pairing of speakers, I introduce to you Heinrich Dohna, who is the assistant professor of biology at the American University of Beirut, who holds a diploma in the environmental natural sciences from the Swiss Polytechnic Institute in Zurich, and a master's and PhD in ecology from Yale University. His partner is, speaking partner is Jiva Joseph Mendonça, who is a PhD student at the Gregorian University, Pontifical Gregorian University, in the area of, in the Institute of Spirituality. Thank you both.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you, Yvonne, for the invitation. I will try to share my screen. 1 second. Okay. All right. Are my slides visible? Okay, I hope they are. Okay, so I will talk about Charles Darwin and how the recognition of the whole emerged from many individual observations. So this talk is in the context of a particular version of the threefold seeing, namely the connection between, on the one hand, the individual experiential knowledge, on the other hand, the theoretical thinking about the whole, and the contemplation that connects the two. My talk will be purely about biology. So I guess it will differ from all the other talks. So I want to show you an example of this threefold seeing within the sciences. And I believe Darwin is maybe one of the best examples that we have. And the next speaker, Jivan, will then expand this theme a bit beyond biology. But my talk will be purely within biology. Okay, so 1 second. Okay. Here, a very brief timeline of important points in Darwin's life. So Charles Darwin was born in 1809. Then from 1831 to 36, so as a 20-year-old young man, he joined a voyage of the Beagle across the world as a naturalist to collect samples, different specimens across the world. And then in 1937, so 1 year after this voyage, so this voyage must have profoundly affected his view of the biological world. In 1937, so 1 year after this, he drew this famous sketch in one of his notebooks where he wrote, "I think." And then what's drawn here is what's called a phylogenetic tree. So it's the first phylogenetic tree, so a tree of ancestry of different species. And basically in this sketch, he lays out the core of his idea of evolution. So you can see that already as a very young man, the core of this idea emerged, but then it took him 20 years until he published On the Origin of Species, the famous book where he lays out his entire theory in full. So I want to give you a bit of an overview of what happened in these 20 years. So essentially, the understanding of the whole, the way Darwin described it in the introduction to Origin of Species, was for him an iterative process. And it started with a fundamental question. And this question was actually not phrased by Darwin. He refers to John Herschel, who called this the mystery of mysteries, namely where the different species come from. what is the origin of the different species? And a key reason why this emerged as a question was that scientists found in the fossil records species that existed in the past and disappeared, and the current species that we observe on this planet did not exist in the past. So from the fossil record, there was a recognition that we cannot think of the species that we see on this planet as fixed entities that were created only once. And so from that arose this, this question that Darwin recognized as really fundamental. And then he writes in the introduction that it would be clear for any naturalist, based on different pieces of evidence. So he describes this as mutual affinities of organic beings, embryological relations, and geographical distribution. From these pieces of evidence, a naturalist would conclude that species arose as descendants of other species. So this idea that he already sketched 1 year after his travels seemed to him pretty intuitive based on the naturalist evidence. But then that was not enough for him. And what also he considered as his biggest achievement was to also think about what would be a possible mechanism that would lead to this modification by descent. And basically that's what he was busy with in the 20 years after his voyage, to really understand the mechanism. And so to analyze the mechanism, he turned to completely different disciplines within and even outside of biology. So Darwin considered himself a naturalist. So naturalists at that time were people who mainly concerned with documenting and cataloging, classifying species on the Earth. But then he turned, in order to understand the mechanism that would lead to this modification by descent, he turned to completely different disciplines. And one important source of information for him were domestic species. And so what was, I think, crucial in Darwin's insight is that any such mechanism has to be universal, so should also be visible in domestic species. And in fact, domestic species are much more closely observed than species in the wild. So whatever this modification mechanism is, should be at work in these species too, and should be better observable there. In addition, he drew from works on population dynamics, and he spent a lot of time analyzing patterns of selection in nature. All right, so let me walk through this briefly, these different components. So the starting point for Darwin was what he called the naturalist evidence. One important piece of evidence that was already, that naturalists were well aware of at that time is when you look at embryos, the further back you go in the embryological development, the more similarity you find between different species. So here, example, you see gill sites in fish embryo, reptile embryo, bird embryo, and human embryos. You see the tails and all these early embryos. So that was one piece of evidence of common descent, that different species share some relatedness. But of course, what was crucial for Darwin was his voyage on the Beagle. So here's a map of the voyage that he took as a young naturalist across the world. And so one important component of this voyage is to visit different islands. And what Darwin observed, so for example, Azores, Cape Verde, Falkland Islands, and the famous Galapagos Islands. And what Darwin repeatedly observed on these islands were that these islands contained distinct species that had their closest relative in the closest mainland. Galapagos and Falkland Island had their own species with the closest relative on the South American continent, versus Azores and Cape Verde had their closest species on the African or European continent. So there is, he could see that there are clear patterns in the geographic occurrence of species that suggest some relatedness and dispersal. And so this led to this famous drawing that I alluded to already, a drawing of a tree of ancestry of different species here, where different tips are different species. And in the notes on the margin, he describes the kind of pattern that emerged from that. So I want to maybe walk you briefly through this connection between taxonomic classification and the underlying process of relatedness by descent. So the example that I show here on the slide is the taxonomic system that groups species in these nested hierarchies. So at the very bottom is a particular example species, the Blackburnian warbler. This warbler belongs to the genus of Dendroica. So these are closely related warbler species with different morphology and different ecology. And the genus of Dendroica is within the family of Parulidae. So these are the New World warblers that contain 125 species. So all these components of the taxonomic hierarchy are restricted to the Americas. But these warblers are part of the order of songbirds, which are, of course, parts of birds, which are part of chordates, and which are parts of animals. And so the higher level of hierarchy are distributed worldwide. So you see this nested taxonomic hierarchy that is also nested in its geographic distribution. And so the taxonomic hierarchy, this was something that biologists before Darwin already started working on. So people were aware of this inherent ordering of species. And what Darwin added is the process that leads to this pattern, shown on the right, where you have an underlying tree of ancestry that leads to this pattern of nested relatedness. So, for example, all the Parulidae share one common ancestor that is closer to the present than the common ancestor of all the songbirds. So this nested hierarchy is simply a result of repeated speciation in the past. So Darwin recognized that you need this, or if you have the same process of repeated speciation and modification, that this process that takes place on a long geological timescale should also take place on a very short timescale. And that's why he, in order to better understand this process, he turned to analysis of domestic species. And one group that he spent particularly time on were pigeons, domesticated pigeons. So he joined 2 breeder associations for domestic pigeons, which was unusual for a naturalist. But he really he spent a lot of time analyzing the patterns that he could observe in these pigeons. And so what is shown here is different domesticated varieties, 4 domesticated varieties of pigeons, And in the center is the ancestral species, rock pigeons, from which these varieties emerged. So Darwin correctly concluded that the rock pigeon is the ancestor for all these varieties. But he could see in his analysis of domesticated species the process that leads to the modification, namely the breeders that select certain traits. And repeated selection for certain traits led even within that short time period of human domestication to considerable variation. So he had here the mechanism of selection, in this case, selection by a breeder. He then transferred this insight to conclude that we have a similar process of selection in nature, which he called natural selection. So he had the mechanism, and he analyzed also from domestic species patterns of inheritance. And this was maybe the most difficult part of his analysis, and most likely where he didn't get as far as he wanted to get, namely to analyze the mechanisms that creates heritable variation. So you need two things for selection to be able to act. One thing that you need is variation, so that selection can choose among the different versions. But this variation has to be heritable for selection to have a long-term effect over the generations. And so that is a bit of a conundrum, that on the one hand, heritability cannot be 100%, otherwise you cannot have variation. Yet heritability has to be the norm for selection to trigger long-term change. And so Darwin tried to tease out the mechanisms here, but he was not fully successful. So the mechanisms that generate heritable variation were, of course, unknown to Darwin, and he encountered many patterns that he could not explain. So, for example, reversion to ancestral states, sex-dependent inheritance. All these were patterns that later on could be explained with Mendelian rules, but these laws were not known to Darwin at the time. And in fact, he included some mistaken notion in his treatment of the source of variation. He had this notion that character modifications due to differential use is heritable, which of course we now know is not correct. Yet his analysis showed him that there are occasional variations, and that these so occasional variations where offspring are different from their parents. But when that happens, some of these variations are then heritable from then on. And that's all he needed to have a process that could lead to the long-term modification of species from descent. And so he arrived at the understanding of the whole, and with the whole, I mean here the whole of biology, which is still valid of today. So this understanding has two key components. One is all current life on this planet can be traced to a single origin, and all the diversity, so the different species, result from the combination of imperfect replication on the one hand, and a selection that acts on the variation that is generated by imperfect replication. And these main tenets of his theory have been completely validated by biology since then. So his theory is now by biologists not considered a theory anymore, but in fact, a well-established fact. All right, so I think I'm running out of time. So just very briefly, the latest, the basic tenets of Darwin's theory have been confirmed by biology since then, and especially by the advent of modern molecular biology, which sort of arrived on the scene in the second half of the last century. So we now know the molecular mechanism of inheritance that both generates variation, but generates heritable variation. We see in the DNA sequences exactly the signal of shared ancestry that Darwin's theory would predict. And we have multiple pieces of evidence for a single origin of life. For example, all organisms use RNA and DNA. All organisms share the use of the same subset of all possible amino acids. We have a nearly universal genetic code that is shared by all organisms. So as a result, we have an underlying tree of life, a tree of ancestry that connects all living organisms. A big part of biology is to resolve this shared tree. Also, all our advances in modern biology, all our advances in modern medicine come from this recognition of shared ancestry. But of course, there are many open questions, also open question regarding the whole of evolution. I list 3 here, and if people are interested, we can go more into that during the discussion. So with that, I would like to thank you and pass on to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. I just want to say one word: to speak slowly, because it must be translated. Okay? So for
I apologize. Yeah,
it should be for all the others, please speak slowly. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I am audible. Thank you, Heinrich, and thank you, Yvonne, for this opportunity, for this presentation. Thank you also to Heinrich for his valuable comments and feedback to what I am going to present. Well, I will continue along Heinrich's lines, namely about the insight which Darwin had about the common ancestry of all life. In fact, one of the ways in which the overall objective of this program has been expressed is something similar: seeing the whole in the fragment. If I could express it as seeing the whole in the various fragments. So we see in Darwin that he had this wonderful insight of looking at various individual observations, as Heinrich has pointed out, and then coming up with this incredible insight about the common ancestry of all life. Well, before Darwin, of course, there were various attempts of classification of species of animals and plants, and Heinrich also pointed it out. What Darwin did was go a step further, and to express it in Darwin's own words, all the organic beings which have ever lived on this earth may be descended from some one primordial form. So here we see already Darwin, on the basis of the various observations that he is having, is coming to this insight, and this is expressed in his the famous book, The Origin of Species. Among the various ways which Darwin goes about justifying this point, I will just focus on one of them, was to look at similarities which are useless or deleterious. So just to give an example, just because, the initial ancestry, just because butterflies and birds can fly, this does not mean that butterflies and birds have a common ancestor. because these are similarities which are called adaptive similarities and for the purpose of survival through natural selection. On the other hand, there is something called, which Anrich also had pointed out, there is something called gill slits in human fetuses as well as in fishes. Now, gill slits in human fetuses are useless, but already the fact that there is this presence of gill slits points out that there is some common ancestry of life, at least of fishes and human beings in this regard. I have also, in the text which I have given or shared, I suppose all the students also will have it, the diagram which is given in the origin of the species. This diagram, there is just one diagram in the entire origin of species, and this diagram is also something pointing towards the common ancestry of all life. So we see here Darwin's ability to look beneath the surface and then come up with this insight. Though mind you, as Anrich said, that Darwin did not have the slightest clue about genetics, about molecular biology. And now all this research is showing that Darwin was indeed right. All current life can be traced back to one single common ancestor. Well, could we look at this insight of Darwin about the common ancestry of all life? Could we compare it with this ability which Guardini speaks about of seeing in between, or what is referred to as the independent contemplative knowledge of contemplation? Maybe that is something which, a question that could be discussed and reflected upon. There is another insight which Darwin comes up also again with this whole point of looking at various individual observations, observing and coming up with this insight, is in fact the unity of the human species. Darwin makes convincing and well-argued points about the universality of humanity despite the existence of various races. Of course, I need to clarify what is meant by race here. It is nothing what we consider it now, and it did not have any of the ideological or the political connotation which this term race has presently. Race was just a synonym for variety for Darwin, just like that. So red and green apples. So both are apples, just the variety is different. So race, in fact, was a synonym of variety. Now, Darwin refers, despite looking at the tremendous diversity of races, and he had a personal experience of this, of different geographical conditions, different cultures, he again, as if saw beneath the surface and saw that there were close resemblances. And he uses this term, close resemblances, with regard to a multitude of points. So he says in The Descent of Man, his other book, he discusses these resemblances with regard to taste, dispositions, and habits. And he says that there are similarities in the case of music, painting, acting, dancing, mutual understanding of gestures, and so on. Even there are similarities in some customs like burying the dead, or even having something on the peaks of hills, many cultures, for marking some important event. So despite the diversity of races, again, Darwin is able to come up with this insight that the human species, the species is one. I have given the quote of Darwin in the text which I have shared. You could have a look at it. Do you know how does Darwin express this insight in his own words? We see this capacity of understanding the whole, Darwin's capacity of understanding the whole, despite being various races or cultures. And again, research has repeatedly confirmed Darwin's insight. the advances in whole genome sequencing in the last 2 decades has shown that the genomes of all humans are 99.9% identical. Mind you, genomes of all humans. So nothing else comes in between, neither race or even other factors. The genomes, 99.9% are of all humans are identical. Now I'll come to a bit of a critical point about Darwin. He has come up with these incredible insights, but also we see that he was biased. He was prejudiced about the civilized and the savage races, what he uses these terms. So he assumed, as it were, the worldview of his time without any critical reflection. And just to say, express how we look at his prejudice or bias here, he says, at some future period, not very distant, as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace throughout the world the savage races. So it is not just replacing, mind you, we could interpret it in a better manner, but he is using the word exterminate, which of course most of us, or I hope all of us, will find it very shocking and unacceptable in today's context. So Darwin, we see, was influenced by the biases of his time. Then also he makes a very discourteous or a very harsh comment about the savage races, the so-called savage, in fact, the indigenous people. He says the difference between the indigenous people and the civilized was the same as between a domesticated and a wild animal. So making these comparisons, again, we find it very repulsive, very unacceptable today, but he has written this in his diary. Now, the point is, we are making this criticism, but it would be unfair to say that Darwin was an advocate of racism, as unfortunately some authors have shown. There is a difference that needs to be made between Darwin and some Darwinians who have used Darwin's views to advocate scientific racism. Darwin should not be, it would be unfair to Darwin to show that he was an advocate of racism, because definitely we see many other points. The overall argument in Darwin's writings is not this, indicates otherwise. So how could we explain these isolated statements? He's making also a statement similar about human morality. So I would look at it as he has made these statements without proper justification, without proper reflection, and sometimes as regards morality also, he has made these statements not realizing that he's crossing the boundaries of biology and going into morality. So maybe there is a learning for us when we are having this or using this cross-disciplinary or interdisciplinary approach, that we need to be careful of knowing the boundaries of each field. We need to have an integrated vision. We need to have a holistic vision of seeing things, but always be careful. Otherwise, we might make mistakes just as Darwin. There is another learning, and I'll end with this, that even great thinkers and geniuses can commit errors in reasoning. Even they can fail to demonstrate objectivity of thought if they are not aware of the various biases and prejudices which influence them. We see clearly in the case of Darwin. So of course, the same is true for each one of us. So therefore, the process of knowing also involves the process of being aware of such biases and prejudices so as to avoid being influenced by these and make our thinking as independent and as objective as possible. Thank you.
Muted. Hang on. Oh, did they unmute us? There we are. Thank you for those presentations. And now we will have time for questions and answers. So if we can move to our group, and if you will rate to group screen and raise your hands in the reaction part, and we will begin taking questions. Yvonne, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Perhaps I just break the silence and I jump in all these topics, which I don't know if we or if somebody sees the connection. And so perhaps I just want to thank the very Reverend even Markham, who made this beautiful introduction talking about Charles Taylor and the relation between science and spirituality. So I think this is a point. So I want to thank you, all of you, who presented this afternoon, because we had and not to lose too much time, but we had a huge conference in Rome in the Antonianum, where I met Bob Flanagan on methodologies. And that was crucial because there were 50 people talking about methodologies in spirituality and theology. And we came to the conclusion every discipline is spiritual. There was one professor who presented or who tried to explain this, and it was very convincing. But what I want to say is we started with with the nature, with the wolf, and so with St. Francis, and you know what was there the connection to what Bob Flanagan said about beholding. So it was about and this came out now later on. I think that's what I try to explain what I understood. It's this kind of process. We have a process of perhaps a process of beholding, a process of, and as Reverend Markham said, it's about about experience of knowing, which becomes knowledge in between mind and heart. And so what we have seen in St. Francis, and what we have seen in Darwin, and what we have seen in yesterday, for example, of a psychologist in theology, we have seen this kind of problem, how to put together a theoretical knowledge with a kind of knowledge of experience. And then we have a kind of spirituality contemplation. But all three levels, it seems, at least what we heard yesterday, the days before, and also today, they are connected. And this is, today we heard about the whole and the fragment. Yesterday we heard about the universal and the individual. And it's something like in between, which yesterday I listed up all the words everybody said every day. And it was about recognizing, it was about poietic, many, like Ortwin Dali said, many different things in one discipline. It was about image, mirroring. And so I think this looking in between combines or is I recognize in all these different disciplines, always with different words, always with different concepts. And it's something which, you know, about nature. If I listen to what we heard of Thomas Stevenson about St. Francis, it has so much to do with Laudato Si of Pope Francis. And so just to stop here, but yes, sorry. I give now to yes.
Magdalena, would you like to go next, please?
Well, I didn't want to respond to Mrs. Dona's point. So maybe if somebody else wants to respond directly to her, that would be fine to me. Otherwise, I can go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. We'll have.
Okay. So first of all, thank you all for your really great and interesting presentations. For me, it's especially really so interesting to combine those different disciplines, because normally while studying theology, you just study that and forget a little bit about the other things. So thank you very much. I have one question, which actually I was thinking about while hearing about Francis, but maybe also it can be connected to Darwin. Because while talking so much about Francis' conception of seeing the nature and not see it as a threat, but as something divine, I was asking myself, because yesterday we talked about the human creation as an image of God, where does this connection find a place in his theology? Is everything for him created in the image of God, or is the human being still somehow at a special position? That would be my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll have Brother Thomas come up and speak to that.
Yeah, so in my understanding of Francis's theology, that image of God is within everything. So when looking at the canticle, praise be to you, O Lord, through brother fire, sister bodily death, it's that through that he seems to indicate that not only is there a purpose, but there's also divinity inside the tree, the mouse, the cockroach, the whatever, and that seems to be part of what ties us all together. So it's not that humanity was just given this one special thing that elevates, but that it's actually within the whole created world. Does that answer your question? Okay, great.
Matthew?
A couple things here. First of all, thank you to those who presented this morning, which is what I've heard, and it is very interesting. And I guess my question's prompted by an observation that Yvonne just made about these three kinds of knowledge: empirical understanding, sort of data, theoretical understanding, how we kind of make sense of the data, and then the third would be contemplative, where one kind of sees beyond these things to reflect on what they might mean to us at the level of either human or divine value. And I guess I'm wondering, this is a question both for the two presenters on St. Francis and for the two on Darwin. And if you have nothing to say, then just take my gratitude for your talks. I appreciate them. But I'm wondering, for the Franciscans, what a Franciscan understanding might provide to the empirical side of our understanding, because it's obvious where the theoretical and the contemplative are for Francis. But what about, is there an empirical dimension to Francis's worldview? And for the Darwinian presenters, I'm wondering, what a contemplative understanding of Darwin might mean, because the empirical and the theoretical are fairly obvious. It seems that both for Francis and Darwin, the theoretical is the conjunction, the meeting place between these two. But it's where Francis can be used empirically and Darwin used contemplatively that stirs at least my imagination. So if you have any comments, love to hear them. If not, just thank you for your presentations.
Does Professor Dona or Javier would like to speak first, or we'll have Brother Thomas come up and give the floor to.
I think first who made the presentations, then I can say, oh yes, I think.
No. Well, yeah.
I mean
Heinrich, either Heinrich or Heinrich, would you like to start?
Sure. I guess I'm not sure whether I completely understand contemplative, but I assume it's sort of a larger sense of the understanding of the human condition and the world. I mean, I have my own sort of opinion on that. Maybe I can describe this a little bit. So Darwin, at the end of the chapter on the struggle for existence, he recognized that this is somehow a bit gruesome, right? It's a bit cruel, this system, and so he tries to, and that's one of the few pieces in his Origin of Species where he actually makes some statement beyond biology, right? And so he tries to make this a bit more palatable, he talks about yes, the struggle for existence is a real cruel thing, and many won't make it. But he then says, but as a result, there are the few well-adapted and fit who do well, right? And so for me, this seemed a bit grating because I don't think, I mean, it's not, and I think also Jivan alluded to that, many thoughts in his writings that go beyond just the understanding of the biology, for us, make us feel uneasy, right? Because too much has happened afterwards with, too many bad things with racism and so on have happened afterwards. So this drawing this direct connection between the suffering, that the suffering of many is justified by the well-being of the few. This connection is not, makes me feel uncomfortable. But the way I see it is that at the core of what allows this diversity is the imperfection, right? So if the replication process were not imperfect, there would be no diversity and there would be nothing for selection to act on. And the way I see it, this imperfect replication generates a lot of things that we see as, especially among us humans, as somehow faulty, out of the norm, deformed, and so on. Yet it is precisely this imperfection that bears the source for all the diversity that emerged. And then something that Darwin wasn't quite aware of, but I think that becomes more and more apparent, the importance of contingency in the evolutionary process, meaning that something that is not well adapted in one context becomes crucial in another context. And so sort of the larger contemplative message maybe here is the important role of imperfection, and that what we see as somehow faulty in one context might be the seed of something novel and crucial in a different context. So in that sense, the sort of losers of evolution are the ones if you want to, they carry the burden forward for the seeds of diversity, for the seeds of something new, for the seeds of change that allows the persistence. So there is it's not so much the suffering of the ones or the well-adapted winners justify the suffering of the losers. It's more that the losers carry the seed of diversity, of the novelty, carry the burden of imperfection in a sense, but the imperfection is the core. So that's what I take from this process, from this evolutionary process, as a broader understanding of the world.
Jivan, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, just to add what Anrich was saying is something I would agree almost completely with what he said. The contemplative dimension, as far as maybe Darwin himself is concerned, I would doubt whether he was aware, at least as we understand, or at least we have that general understanding of contemplation. But definitely, because I think the contemplative dimension requires something metaphysical and something which is having a spiritual perspective. So Darwin, or for that matter, any biologist would not be very comfortable going into that realm. So if we have a holistic perspective, as this program has, we can definitely, as Anrich has beautifully pointed out, some very nice things about how this whole process of evolution also can be looked at from a different perspective and not just purely from the whole, what is called the survival of the fittest or the struggle for existence. Thanks.
Thomas will speak now.
One of the things that we can infer from reading Francis and looking at his life is that he was not a very grounded individual. He was a little bit messy. He was very contemplative, very action-oriented. And it was actually his relationship with Claire that helped him be grounded. She was the grounding force. And so I actually think that taking that perspective and applying it to the empirical discoveries within the natural world would actually help to ground and round out the Franciscan view and add to the wonder and add to the complexity that seeing can actually, that contemplative seeing can bring us into, and then allow us the ability to discover in more concrete terms what the complexity and the wonderment that nature is. And so I think it would actually be helpful. Franciscans are just notorious for not doing that so much.
Christina, do you have a question or comment? You're still muted.
Mi sentite? Ecco, io volevo aggiungere qualcosa, una riflessione su San Francesco. Io sono umbra di Perugia, quindi conosco, diciamo, quel territorio e quella cultura. E volevo quindi pensare a San Francesco, che con la questione del lupo, l'umbro è ovvio che ha paura del lupo, soprattutto nell'epoca di San Francesco, no? Era il male, era la paura, era l'animale che distruggeva gli animali. Ma quello che fa San Francesco è una conversione culturale, perché l'umbro è anche, questa è un'autocritica, un popolo molto materiale. Ciò che serve me lo tengo, ciò che non serve lo sopprimo e lo butto. San Francesco lo sa perché lui viene anche da una famiglia di commercianti quindi molto concreti. Quindi lui si pone su quest'altro livello, converte il proprio popolo a non buttare via ciò che si ritiene dannoso e poco utile. Ma quindi cosa fa lui? Diciamo, educa, per tornare allo sguardo, a guardare ciò che ci pone una divina provvidenza davanti agli occhi. Quindi converte anche lo sguardo del suo popolo, perché una volta che il lupo diciamo, è convertito, diciamo, San Francesco converte il suo popolo, perché adesso è lui che una volta convertito deve mantenere la conversione del lupo, perché il lupo può essere sanato in un primo momento da San Francesco, ma chi garantirà poi nel futuro che resti un po' sanato? Lo farà il proprio popolo. E inoltre San Francesco fa comprendere che questo essere da sopprimere è in fondo uno strumento che lui stesso usa, San Francesco, per parlare di Dio, che diciamo mi fa riflettere quando lui, il primo insegnamento è che la bocca dell'inferno non è nulla rispetto alla bocca del lupo. Ecco, quindi educare lo sguardo, quello che sta facendo San Francesco, convertire il proprio popolo a uno sguardo, diciamo, differente, è una tematica che, diciamo, mi è sembrata presente un po' in tutte le relazioni che ho seguito, no? Quindi educare, convertire, ed è anche la missione alla quale è, diciamo, portata l'istituzione educativa, l'università, le scuole, no? Quindi ha una conversione proprio dello sguardo intesa come una profonda conversione diciamo culturale, ecco, dove quelle diversità di cui parlava Darwin, no? Quelle di razza intesa come diversità, possano essere, diciamo, oggi convertite sempre verso un'accoglienza di ciò che è differente. Ecco, questa era un pochino la mia osservazione, ringraziando tutti, perché ovviamente anche il problema del metodo è emerso in tutte le discipline, dall'archeologia, la difficoltà di trovare un linguaggio comune nelle diversità, perché questa diversità culturale porta anche le problematiche del linguaggio, perché una parola porta dietro anche un'esperienza. Ecco, e quindi lo sforzo di ogni disciplina a dover trovare non solo all'interno di se stessa un proprio linguaggio, ma anche poi il confronto, diciamo, internazionale con culture differenti, anche sulla stessa disciplina, a trovare un linguaggio comune. E questi sono sforzi culturali che ovviamente ben vengano, e grazie a questa anche opportunità proprio di confronto che stiamo vivendo. Ecco, grazie.
Okay. Grazie. Yvonne,
Sì.
Grazie.
It was not translated.
No, it was not. The live caption. No.
Okay. You know, I have a little problem because we are out of time. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I would like to do, I will come back to that. Okay, because we have no time, not even for. We have to be very rigid with the presentations. Okay. After 10 minutes, the hand up. After 1 minute, before 15 minutes, just to say it's out of time. Okay. So I would say the last question of Hansol. Yes, just to make this question. Then we need 15 minutes a break. We are then, all the program is 15 minutes late. Okay, so everything is 15. So Hansol, yes, just a question, perhaps a short answer. To be very short, I'm sorry, but we need to be more rigid with the presentation. Okay.
Okay, Hansol.
Thank you for taking my question. It's for Brother Thomas and Anne-Marie on St. Francis. It's very interesting because in the field of liturgical studies, there is a conversation on shifting our focus to eco-liturgical shift, where we're no longer focusing on the humans only, but including creation in nature in our liturgical orientation. And what better place, to experience conversion and purification and transformation other than liturgy, right? But when we think about conversion, not from the individual level, but on an institutional level, to the effect of implementing ecological attention on an institutional level, right? Implementing these practices as a community who practices, the conversion. There's something very odd about St. Francis' action. When he talks to nature, talks to the animals, talks to the creation. If we imagine these kind of practices of actually conversing with nature and conversing with animals from an institutional level, there's something very strange about that in this. So I guess my question is, if you can share some reflection on how can this take place from an institutional level, as opposed to the individual sort of conversion of how we re-look at creation and nature. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And the short answer, I think, is carefully. Because, if we look back at the way that indigenous cultures have had their connection with nature and the world around them, it was very connected and reciprocal. That conversing with, that connection with nature was already there. As culture, as time and history have moved forward, we have swung so far from that it seems as though we're in a place where we are attempting to learn how to relate to nature again. Because nature went from something we lived with and among and in relationship with, it swung to almost we seeing nature as resources that are for our use. It became human-centric. Institutions are built to be human-centric. So in a way, by opening it up to that conversation between nature and humankind, for that open table for all of creatures of creation to converse, it is asking our institutions to be more open, to be more cross-cultural, to be more receptive and not exhibit so much dominance. And that is going back from where we feel we've evolved from. And so it feels awkward and it feels like we're moving backward. Because in a way, it's sort of a remembrance of something that we long ago left. And so that's why I said that I think the brief answer is we have to do it carefully, because it is no longer in our comfort zone. It's no longer what we're used to doing, and it almost feels transgressive. But maybe it is actually the way forward. So yeah.
If I can just give an example, there was a discussion on maybe practicing, for example, in a liturgical setting, making a confession to a tree as an effort, as a practice of creating awareness of creation in our liturgical practice. Totally. This is just an example. But like I mentioned, there's something odd about that kind of action. Yeah, but at the same time, as you said, this feeling like we're going backwards, something awkward. But maybe that is where Francis was precisely radical in that sense. His actions were odd.
Yeah.
So thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everybody. But yeah, we will take a brief break as quickly as we can to be back in, let's call it 15 minutes. at the
No,
most.
please, before, could we, so that we have, perhaps it's, for us, it's 5:15, so that we have, that we can really.
Okay, 11:15 here
Yes.
on the US. Matthew at 7.
Yes, sorry, 10:15.
9:15. Yeah,
Mostly
okay.
good. So that we, and just to say, please, the other presentations, we are now really, we have to cut after 15 minutes, otherwise we have no time. The discussion is so important because that is the moment where we come together, yes? And so that's why we have to, for the present relators to be in time. Okay, thank you, Bob. Hello? You're all back? So I just want to wait for Bob Flanagan, who wants to introduce you and the two couples. And perhaps I just explain, we have this method to raise up the hand after 10 minutes. And then 1 minute before, it closes, we just take away the hand. Okay, so at what point you are. Okay, that would be really, really nice to look a bit to the hands. And the second point is that everything is translated. You just have to go on the little round world where it's written interpretation. And there you can choose the language and also the questions in Italian, in English.
Hi, Yvonne. How are you?
Wait.
Yep.
I'm fine. I just explained the rules, for the
Right.
15 minutes.
Yep.
So,
Yep. Well, I have us starting back on our time. On the schedule in the US is 11:30. So, but we can start early because it would give us more time for discussion either way. So,
wait a second. So I'm wrong. So we are in what? Because I'm a bit confused with the time schedule. So
on the
please tell me,
schedule,
what time is it now?
it is 11:20. 11:20.
11:20, and normally.
And the schedule had us for 11:30 starting again.
Oh, but so we have time. We are not.
Mhm.
We're not too late.
So we're okay.
Oh
No.
God. No, please. So I'm sorry. I was confused because I thought we were late, and we were.
We're good. So maybe we'll give folks another minute or two, since most of the screens are dark, unless
Okay.
people are just listening. And then we'll start in with Matthew.
Yes, I wanted to apologize. I thought we were late because they wrote me I got an SMS from the technical that we are not in time. I'm sorry.
Well, we were about 5. We cut this. This is 20, about 20 minutes instead of the full half hour. So.
Okay, so I'm very sorry that I.
But I want to make sure. I want to make sure we have enough folks back before Matthew. Matthew, you start.
I'm the first one up, and not I on the schedule. It has 2 before
No,
me. And
you're
then I
not.
go.
I'm sorry. It's John Della Costa. Is that correct? Yeah, there you are, John and Lucinda. Is that correct? Yeah. Oh, you were together. How wonderful. That makes it even better. Okay, so we'll give it. Thank you.
Beh,
Now we've got our.
lo taglierò dalla versione online. I'm going to cut this from the online version.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Bob. Also, the questions during the discussions, they are all translated. Okay, you just go on the little link, the little sign interpretation, and you can hear everything in your language. Okay, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect.
She's showing it.
Yeah,
So
we saw it as live. We clicked the live transcript, and that wasn't that wasn't the right one. So we will click that for Italiano. Yeah.
Okay. So now it's
okay.
Fine.
It's time. Okay, great. Well, welcome back, everyone. John Dalla Costa is an ethicist, theologian, and author of 5 books, and is currently working on a 6th, if I would take this correct, the governance in the post-COVID reality. And speaking, his partner is Lucinda Vardi, and she has written and taught on feminine spirituality and the women saints through books Forming Women's Communities and Guiding Retreats and Pilgrimages. Her area of research and study is on feminine dimensions of the church, and I welcome both of you.
Thank you very much, Father Bob. So the title of our presentation today is A Threefold Vision, St. Catherine of Siena, Integrality in Action. The first aspect in understanding the authenticity and integrality of visions, especially as they regard the Christian mystic, is to differentiate what is mystical from common human experience. One way of measuring is the difference between what is given from outside and what is given from inside, what is given from circumstance to what is given through prayer and the supernatural. Both involve a reaction to what is received, yet one is determined by culture and personality, whereby the other is religious, mystical, and of purely a divine nature. Yet the divine can be experienced in both. The experience we share as human beings have a commonality. They involve our empirical senses, our emotions, and their core has a non-rational quality. The dictionary describes experience as practical contact with an observation of facts or events, an event or occurrence that leaves an impression on someone. Experiences also determine our dignity, as they lessen or deny our dignity. Therefore, experiences aid discernment of what we yearn for, as well as need to expect. The crossover from learning by experience to actually experiencing the knowledge of truth, which I term experiential, comes when human experience takes second place to the soul's desires and needs. These experiences, therefore, are received interiorly. An experiential perspective on truth surfaces when one domain of experience contributes to the structure of experience in another domain. In other words, the spiritual breaking through into the material. Experiential revelations require a mystical awakening, an awareness that ultimately accepts that truth belongs not just to theology, philosophy, and the intellect, but to the domain of the soul. The experiential contributes to a particular way of not only imparting knowledge and truth, but validating meaning. Transformation and revelation for much of the saints who wrote were inspired by the stories and prayerful encounters and experiences in other saints' writings. Such revelations were through the apophatic, studying and practicing concepts that lead to realization, or through receiving a vision, a breakthrough of unexpected wisdom and insight, which are supernatural gifts, cataphatic, and can be confirmed by study after the fact. In the case of St. Catherine of Siena, it was the latter, the cataphatic, that guided her to record what she received through a series of visions in the book entitled The Dialogue. Therein, her theology, and most of her ideas on a developing relationship to an integral union of herself with God. There are a few threefold visions in the dialogue, but for the purpose of this course, I will concentrate on the particular one that, through research and study with a number of scholars meeting in Rome over the last 8 years, has provided a trajectory towards defining the intrinsic features in a feminine theology: heart, tears, and fruits. This threefold vision is one of contemplation and action, interior and exterior, spirit and body, while the spaces in between them are joined together by a divine thread. St. Catherine herself was called to learn what she received alone in her cell in her parents' house, but she did not remain there. When prepared in her interior, she was called by Jesus out to serve the world. By carrying her contemplative cell of self-knowledge within her heart, she ventures out, and from that inner place of her heart, which she had exchanged with the heart of Jesus, her impact on the world is palpable. She changes it, reforms it, refreshes it, heals it by bringing Christ into it. When Jesus identified the first commandment as the greatest, to love God with your whole heart, soul, and might, and in some translations, mind, he adds the addition, to love your neighbor as yourself. These threefold directives of loving God, neighbor, and self are foundational in interpreting Catherine's heart, tears, and fruits as composing not only a particular affective intellect, but a process. From Catherine's dialogue with God, she was told that all tears come from the heart, and that God has reasons for tears and their fruits. We'll go through the process of heart tears and illustrate the fruits that God said would come from these tears. Excuse me, I'm going to put a slide up here, so just give us a minute. It's okay. We're nearly there. Thanks for your patience. We don't have it. Yes. There it is. Is it up?
Yeah.
Is that up? Can everybody see it?
You have to, you have to make it, it's very small. We see your desktop. Can you make it bigger, please? You have to, there's a little,
Go ahead and start your slideshow. That'll do it. When you share screen.
Yeah, that's what I did. So it's now gone. There it is.
That's yours, threefold scene. So.
There we go.
Unfortunately, it's the wrong one.
Oh.
So here we go.
This is the one. So if it's just small, can people still see it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just carry on.
If you carry on, I'll fix it in the other slide project and put it up.
Now it's not there anymore. I can see it.
Okay, so
keep going.
Okay, so we'll go to the heart. First, her heart is at work throughout with an intentiveness, a seeing, watching within constant humble prayer. This continuous prayer feeds her soul for the grace and love of God's charity towards her as she undergoes leaving all manner of selfish love behind her to enter into relationship with divine love. I ask you to love me with the same charity that I love you, God says to her, but then adds that it's impossible to do so because God loves without her loving in return. Whatever love you have for me, you owe me. So you love me not gratuitously, but out of duty, while I love you not out of duty, but gratuitously. So you cannot give me the kind of love I ask of you. That is why I have put you among your neighbors, so you can do for them what you cannot do for me. This perfect love, God explains, is like God's love for her, that she does it for another without concern for gratitude or profit for herself. Then what she does for another is done for God. The difference between selfish love and spiritual love is more clearly defined as the soul matures. Catherine is informed that loving others, close friends and members of one's family, is a sensual love and far from perfection, one that God tells her is only necessary to practice and perfect virtue on her way from disordered love, which is sensual, to ordered love, which is spiritual. To reach perfection in charity for others depends on reaching perfect charity for God. Catherine is warned not to waver when undergoing suffering in the process, because it is through suffering that our heart is tested and her love perfected, which leads us now naturally to tears. The multi-levels of human suffering have provided a landscape in which visible and invisible tears have been shed and understood. While visiting South Korea in August 2014, Pope Francis mentioned that women communicate with tears. They provide a grammar, if you like, of a particular feminine language and expression. This language Jesus not only spoke himself, but responded to in women. The more famous to recall is his being washed and anointed by a woman's tears, and being recognized first in his resurrection through Magdalene's tears of love and loss. The tears of Jesus is his passion, in his passion, however, are largely invisible tears. In the dialogue, Catherine requests God to enlighten her on visible and invisible tears, and more importantly, confirm and guide her on the vision she received of the soul passing through phases of weeping. God tells her that there are 5 stages of tears and a 6th kind of tears necessary for the soul to journey from imperfect love to perfect love.
Go.
The first degree is selfish tears. These are tears shed by those whose selfish desires are thwarted. They come from a corrupt heart, therefore there are no fruits. Second degree are fearful tears. These tears are caused by fear of suffering punishment for one's selfish, sinful ways. They are shed as one turns away from sin and toward God. And even though they are motivated by fear of punishment, are nevertheless described as life-giving tears. God explains to St. Catherine that these tears are sincere, but their imperfection comes from the fact that they are still sensual. That is, they're still rooted more in love of self than in love of God or neighbor. God explains to Catherine that this fear of suffering because of one's desire for comfort and ease is purified as a person begins to practice virtue. If the person also grows in self-knowledge and in the knowledge of God's goodness, sorrow for sin is transformed by hope in the mercy of God. The third degree is tender tears. These are tears that purify as God's goodness and mercy is experienced. As such fears are purified. Those who begin to taste the goodness of God experience this tender weeping. But it still remains imperfect because it is caused not only by sensual self-love, but an attachment to spiritual goods. Though a soul in this stage longs for more than natural pleasures, weeping is often caused by the loss of interior or exterior consolations, or the weight of temptations or persecutions. At this stage, weeping is still rooted in self-pity, now no longer as self-pity for the loss of worldly pleasures, but rather, as Catherine writes, a pity springing from spiritual selfishness, because she's not yet completely put underfoot and drowned her self-will. So she sheds sensual tears, tears of spiritual emotion, and she receives the fruit of courage as well as patience that kills every fear and selfishness. The fourth degree is tears of joy and compassion. These tears are considered to be moving towards perfection, expressed by those who come to love God and neighbor without self-interest. If a person continues on the spiritual journey, he or she becomes more united to God and begins to seek God's will alone. In this stage, the soul begins to feel joy at the knowledge of God's love and compassion, not only for herself, but also for the suffering of others. And she experiences many fruits of spiritual consolation. Fifth degree, tears of love, union, and desire. These tears have a sweetness that flow from intimate union with God, but at the same time carry with them a sorrowful heart for those who reject God's love. These tears God tells Catherine comes from experiencing God's presence and are a spiritual maternal response as God likens them to milk that nourishes the soul in patience. And like a fragrant ointment that sends forth a most delicate perfume, they are shed to win souls for Christ. And because they are full of divine goodness, communicate such goodness like a spiritual fragrance. The fruit of union is spiritual calm and receptivity to the grace of gentle truth. The sixth degree is the tears of fire. Now, these tears are those that are shed without physical weeping. They belong to the Holy Spirit, are invisible and therefore shed interiorly. God informs Catherine that it is possible by the opening of one's mind's eye to see that the Holy Spirit weeps in those who love and serve God in the world. The fragrance of her longing cries out in God's presence for the salvation of souls with a non-human voice. The fruit is that of constant, humble prayers. What we can garner from these degrees of tears and fruits is what emerges in between the sensual and the spiritual, a process of transformation from gestation to birth. By waiting patiently and practicing virtue, one arrives at an integrality with God, union of the transformed parts of one's sorrow and suffering to one in which the sorrow is shared with the divine sorrow for the redemption and maturing of others. Through these 6 stages of tears and their fruits, Catherine was led to and underwent a process to truth in dialogue with God. To conclude, I'd like to offer a brief summary of how heart, tears, and fruits became integrally embodied in Catherine and her prophetic and peacemaking ministry to not only the church, but the world. These are her heart, purified and exchanged with the Jesus's heart, the practice of virtue and her tears of compassion and suffering brought her the fruits of courage and the truth that enabled her to lead with audaciousness, in a time when women were expected to be hidden in the home or convent. We can only surmise that the power of love and charity that motivated her and came through her was the very embodied presence of God. It confirms what one of her followers was to say, that she was filled with Christ from her head to her toes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's a joy having you be part of this conversation. I'm very, very touched by what Lucinda presented. I've been watching her as she's gone through this work. What Catherine has given us is a demonstration of the complexity of mysticism. And to a degree, although systems theory emerged only in the 1990s, this complexity that she reflects allow us to think about mysticism in a more systematic way. So my presentation is going to veer in a very, very different direction. Karl Rahner, as you may recall, famously said about this mystical experience, he said, the devout Christian of the future will either be a mystic who has experienced something, the something that Lucinda began to elaborate, or he or she will cease to be anything at all. This puts mysticism at the center of the Christian vocation, not at the periphery, where we often think of mystics and these saints in faraway convents and monasteries, but right in the center of our experience. And the way that I want to begin to explore that centrality through this notion of integrality is to turn to our reality today, particularly in the context of broken trust. So as an ethicist, this has been an area that I've been working in, teaching and writing about for about 30 years. We've seen continuous declines in trust. None of this is news to you. Robert Putnam talked about in Bowling Alone, the loss of social capital, the turn to a hyper-individuality. The historian Daniel Rogers talked about the age of fracture, where we've all become economic units and therefore compete with one another rather than cooperate. Charles Taylor, the philosopher, calls it the malaise of modernity. These are all descriptors of a broken reality, but we know it in our day-to-day reality. We see it in our fissured, divisive politics. We see it in our inability to deal with climate change in a consensus way. We see it in the way that fundamental moral insights about humanity, such as the Holocaust, such as slavery, are denied for some reason of their evil today. And we can see that that has to do with suspicion. We suspect the sources of information that are coming to us. So this prism of suspicion is really the reality that all of us are working in today. In reality, getting to trust, thinking about trust, allows us now to recover some of this threefold sense that Lucinda articulated and that you have been studying as we've been going through all this. So again, I'm having the same problem where I don't think you are seeing my screen. Resume share.
We are seeing your screen, but the whole.
But you're not seeing the actual presentation. I don't know why that is. Can I ask perhaps Anna to put up mine the way that she did for Lucinda's? There we go. Thank you. So threefold seeing has these aspects of multiplicity for us to consider. Trust is very much like beauty. It's very much like love. If we look at the first build, we will see that it involves an interaction between one who is trusting and one who is trusted. The trusting is actually vulnerable. The trusting one is actually putting themselves at risk in the expectation of something being fulfilled. The trusted one is someone who has extra capacity, extra talent or expertise that is extending the offering to the person who is trusting. And of course, what works in the middle is trust, this dynamic energy of trustworthiness that begins to bond the two parts. It's the bridge of a promise. Again, if the slide can move forward, please. This trust has many components that we will get into, but we can see this triple aspect that we can't see trust as one thing. We have to look at it in its relational complexity in these three dynamics. Trusting has virtues attached to it. So the first virtue in relation to the one doing the trusting has to do with that person's vulnerability. This is definition that was given to the trust in the trust literature in the late 1990s, that a person who is trusting is putting themselves in a place, in a position of vulnerability. A promise has been made by the one who is trusted, and that generates this reality of hope in the in-between. Again, this three-part dynamic. If we investigate the words vulnerability, hope, and promise, we move into ethics, because vulnerability is what calls us to care for the other, to be respectful, to be empathetic and compassionate. Hope is to work towards an ambition together, an outcome that the vulnerable one can't reach unless the promise is fulfilled. And therefore, the person or the organization making the promise is extending an obligation, a duty, a commitment. So the ethical values of trust begin to come to life here. And then, of course, we can also see their opposites. What happens when trust is betrayed? What happens when trust breaks? The first thing that happens is the trusting one becomes isolated. They become uncertain. They don't know where to turn. The one who is trusted becomes suspect. There is a fracturing of relationship that occurs. And in that fracturing, fear begins to replace hope. Fear begins to emerge as the dominant attribute of interaction. So again, think of these terms as a diagnostic for our current reality. How much suspicion do we have towards authority figures, towards politicians, towards bishops, as we're seeing? How much isolation have people suffered, compounded, of course, because of the pandemic? And how many of our social issues are contaminated by this contagion of fear today? So this becomes a diagnostic for us to look at the current reality. If we move on, however, we can also see that trust is not one thing. Trust has degrees, it has components. And the first would be this practical trust. If we think about Lawrence Kohlberg's theory of moral development, this would equate to pre-conventional morality. It's the adolescent morality that looks for a contract that says, I want to be trusted so I get a particular benefit, or I want to avoid a punishment. So this corresponds to the first two tiers that Lucinda showed in her diagram that had no fruits, because it's very much almost contractual and transactional. The second degree of trust that comes up, so these are about commitments that are kept. Practical trust is really the everyday stuff. We trust that the bus is going to arrive on time. We trust that the doctor who has a degree from a medical university is going to be able to do the proper diagnostic. So there's predictability and reliability in this. The second degree of trust has more moral maturity in that it deals with relationship. So again, if we use Kohlberg's three-part schematic, this would be conventional morality. This would be where our rights and duties come to the fore, where we understand that there's a reciprocity, a mutuality involved. In order for me to relish my rights, I need to protect and extend responsibility for the rights of the others. And there's an enabling, a caring aspect of this, that if I take care of someone else's if I'm responsible for someone else's rights, they will be enabled to realize a benefit from that. And so this is really where the ethics come to the fore. The third degree of trust is what I've called moral trust in this model. And this is where we make the commitments, where we make the sacrifices for generative purpose. In Kohlberg's model, this would be the post-conventional. This is when we are in a self-giving kind of modality. The word generative comes from the American mid-20th century psychologist Erik Erikson, who talked about generative morality is when we are preparing a situation for future generations or for the benefit of others. This is where ideals motivate us. And this is where the shared good comes into play. Now, if we look at this in a model, we can also see that it corresponds to Catherine of Siena's heart, tears, and fruits, that there's an aspect of transcendence in heart that gives us the moral grounding to self-offer. There is in tears the connection, the relationship, the responsibility for relationship that allows us to grow relational trust, and fruits become those practical outcomes that we go to at the other side of this, where we're actually. Now, why is this model important? I'll just give one example. Many of you will know that when the US Catholic bishops were in Rome 2 years ago, meeting with the Pope on the issue of the clerical child abuse sex scandal, they emerged from that meeting with a commitment to be more transparent and more accountable. What they basically were providing, the reason this has not had any traction and not really turned the tide on the suspicion that a lot of Catholics have towards the church, is because they're introducing a practical remedy for a fundamentally moral problem. Accountability and transparency do not appear in scripture. Those are not words of moral development. They are business words that we've interpreted, that we've adopted from crisis management. This is the disconnect when we think of trust in a linear way rather than systematically, and when we don't see its mystical potential, which Catherine gave us in telling us how we have to develop heart, tears, and the fruits come out of that. Now, when we begin to think about trust in relationship, it requires us to think not only about the relationship in systematic terms, but also our integrality in systematic terms. And this is where Pope Francis has stressed this notion of integrality. Now, this has been part of Catholic social teaching, papal announcements, really since the 1960s with Paul VI, and it's been added to by subsequent popes. But what we're seeing with Francis is that he is taking integrality to mean not only the person's unity of heart, mind, and soul, but also the unity that involves society and the unity ultimately with Laudato Si that involves the ecology. Now, if we take integral development from a Christian perspective, we think about Jesus as the exemplar, as the model of that integrality. And of course, he left us the Beatitudes. When Lucinda mentioned that Catherine had absorbed Christ from head to toes, she was living in that model of Jesus. And in our tradition, in the way that St. Augustine and others have talked about the Beatitudes, we understand that this is our defining mission, to live the Beatitudes as Christian. But rather than look at them as a list, they again become a systematic. And if we use Catherine's coding, we can begin to see how heart, tears, and fruit actually gives us a coloring of the Beatitudes. The first example will be these, the first three of heart, which is the poor in spirit, having the fulsome heart to be humble, having the courageous heart to be meek, because meekness ultimately is a quality of strength. Blessed are the pure of heart. This is where our heart, the purity that we get, is from that unity that Catherine experienced with God. It's not something we earn, it's not something we do. It is something that in that mystical union becomes, by a grace, an aspect of our personality. So we can begin to see how the Beatitudes have this dynamic of heart. Of course, the Beatitudes have the dynamic of tears, as we'll see. Blessed are those who mourn. Blessed are those who are merciful. These are aspects of the compassion being manifest. Tears have many of the complex aspects that Lucinda gave us in that list. Tears can be for repentance. Tears can be for loss. Tears can be for a situation where we see the suffering of others. Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. The tears are part of our relationality, to get back to that trust model. And then we see the final Beatitudes actually begin to demonstrate the fruits of living in this integral way. So as these come up, we'll see the Beatitude relating to peacemaking, the Beatitude relating to hungering and thirsting for justice, and ultimately the Beatitude of being willing to sacrifice. Blessed are those who are persecuted for justice' sake, being willing to give kenotically of oneself for the greater good or for the benefit of the story of salvation as it continues to unfold. So what we have here is a model of integrality that now begins to look at our spiritual formation, begins to look at our relational formation within the church, and begins to look at how we move out into society. Again, with Catherine's model of heart, tears, and fruit, it echoes very much Rahner's model, who talked of incarnational mysticism, what we receive for being created in the image of likeness of God, that there's something intrinsically mystical just in our bodily creation. Then there is the sacramental mysticism, which moves us into this mourning. Think about confession. Think about really working our way through the Eucharist as a sacrifice. There are aspects of mourning and mercy that are mystically enlivening there. And then Rahner, his other level of mysticism is what he calls everyday mysticism, the mysticism of our everyday work. And this is where we are doing the everyday work for justice, the everyday work for peace, and the everyday work to be willing to sacrifice. Now, this model has another layer that I'd like to conclude with, and that is that if we think about Catholic social teaching that has come together, the principles of Catholic social teaching are sometimes well known. There's sometimes it's often a treasure that many Catholics aren't even aware exists. But if we think of those principles, if I had better skills as a designer of these presentations, each dignity, solidarity, family, subsidiarity, work, the preferential option for the poor, the common good, the care for our home, each of those would have the multicolored diagram, the threefold colors in each, because solidarity requires us to have the humility to include others, the meekness to be strong in the face of opposition, the purity of heart to be able to share, the mourning when things aren't going, the tearfulness when things are broken, and yet the mercy, the forgiveness to try to repair even broken relationships. How important it is to have that justice and the peacemaking, the willing to sacrifice as part of solidarity. So each of these nodes that are added to this system actually participate in the mystical complexity that Catherine has helped us diagnose as we go forward. These are an element that remind us that our action requires coherence. Our action requires a living with these multiple lenses. So here we actually have a very different threefold view. We have the threefold view of our personal integral development, the threefold view of the communion that's possible through the Beatitudes, and the third view being the actual principles of cultural change and social change bequeathed to us by Catholic social teaching. Thank you.
Thank you both for your presentations, and thank you for moving along so well. And I'm glad that your slides worked out. That was really helpful for us. So moving right along, I'd like to introduce our next pairing. Matthew Wickman is the founding director of BYU's Humanities Center and a professor of English at Brigham Young University. He's currently working on a book that will be published this year, Life to the Whole Being, the Sacred Memoir of a Literature Professor. I can't wait to read that. That sounds terrific. And then secondly is Dana Lewis Ambrose, who will present to us. She is a Doctor of Ministry student at the Virginia Theological Seminary. I'm delighted to have her speak. Her areas of work involve educational leadership and teaching in a variety of areas, including business economics and at a variety of levels. So without any other introductions, and not to slow things up, I give you Matthew and Dana.
Thank you very much, Bob. Appreciate that. The subtitle, by the way, of that book is A Spiritual Memoir. I'd like to be sacred. I'd like to be, may I share my screen? Is that possible? So I can get to my PowerPoint, the slides? Or if you want to put it up, Anna, you may do that too. Okay, here we go. All right, and slideshow, play from start. Can you see that? Is that all right? Okay. The poet Donald Ravel opens a book of essays titled The Art of Attention by commenting on a poem by Denise Levertov. It recounts a tiny bite mark left by a curly, yearning dog who, the poet remarks, gave me a share of her loneliness, her warmth, her flea. Ravel comments that he had originally read the poem more than 30 years earlier, but that it always feels so present to him as the product and creation of Levertov's sustained attention. Levertov more than remembers the subjects of her poems, he reflects. She composes in their presence. Later, inflating his praise to the register of religious experience, he adds that Levertov opened his eyes to lines of verse becoming passages of Edenic attention. In places, her poems close the distance between heaven and earth. Such praise echoes Levertov's own thoughts about the art of poetic attention. In a 1965 essay titled Some Notes on Organic Form, Levertov contends that as the poet stands open-mouthed in the temple of life, contemplating his experience, there come to him the first words of the poem. The metaphor of life as a temple accords a measure of the sacred to everyday objects of experience, objects that thus call to us with an aura of divine presence, perhaps a divine word, or at the very least, a poem. It is faithful attention, Levertov adds, that allows those first forerunning words to rise to the surface. She would elaborate on this creative process, a spiritual process, in an essay published 3 years later, 1968, titled Origins of a Poem. And there it is. All the thinking I do about poetry leads me back, always, to reverence for life as the ground for poetic activity, because it seems the ground for attention. The progression seems clear to me, from reverence for life to attention to life, from attention to life to a highly developed seeing and hearing, from seeing and hearing to the discovery and revelation of form, from form to song. This series, from reverence to attention, then to seeing and hearing, then discovery and revelation, then form and song, actually seems less linear, less a progression, as Levertov calls it, than a product of identification now of one, now another aspect of poetic creation. Song, for example, can be an impetus as much as a product of reverence for life. And form, a composition of parts of things held in relation, breeds attention as much as attention breeds form. This makes attention both an element of the poetic process and the means by which we understand the relation of its various parts. Attention, in other words, serves as both an object and medium of reflection. And what it generates is not a poem only, but also a capacity for greater attention, greater faithfulness, as Levertov puts it, before the temple of life. Attention imagined in this way is a spiritual phenomenon. Levertov cared about spiritual vision, famously undergoing Ignatian spiritual exercises and bringing the substance of that regimen into her poetry. For this conference, it raises the question of how Levertov's theory of attentive spiritual vision corresponds with Romano Guardini's model of threefold seeing. I'm especially drawn here by Ivan Dona Shlobitin's description of the status of the icon, an object at and through which the viewer gazes, and which represents a matrix of revelatory perception where we behold the self-awareness of the artist, the unity of the work, and the deep attentiveness, the dawning consciousness of the viewer. As I myself am new to Guardini's theory, my aim in this paper is to discuss briefly two Levertov poems that bring particular attention to the phenomenon of spiritual perception. These poems respond affirmatively and expansively to the first of two questions posed by Shlobitin while directing us aspirationally toward the second. First, does a work of art become a space where we are able to encounter God? For Levertov, this answer is yes, somewhat. We encounter God by way of art, not so much in art. And second, how is it possible? How is it possible to understand the biblical promise that the pure of heart will see God in the context of methodological research? To begin contemplating this latter question, let's begin with Levertov's 1989 poem, Flickering Mind, which renders attention thematic by way of a confession of distraction. The poem is a kind of prayer, though the poet here declares herself less connected than diverted from her object of address. Lord, not you, it is I who am absent, she begins. I stop to think about you, and my mind at once, like a minnow, darts away, darts into the shadows, into gleams that fret unceasing over the rivers purling and passing. Not for 1 second will myself hold still, but wanders anywhere, everywhere it can turn. Not you, it is I am absent. Except formally, the poem is largely coherent. It even rehearses a narrative and adduces general principles. At first, the poet relates, belief was a joy I kept in secret, stealing alone into sacred places. Then something happened. I have long since uttered your name, but now I elude your presence. The poet's mind flitting into the shadows of its ephemeral experience. And yet, however absent the poet may be, she cannot evade the Lord she invokes. You are the stream, the fish, the light, the pulsing shadow. You are the unchanging presence in whom all moves and changes. And so it seems most significant here is not the performance of distraction. Even the lines of alternating and irregular lengths function to convey, somewhat paradoxically, a unified impression of a mind warring with itself. Rather, what matters is the assertion of distraction as a kind of inverse correlative to attention, almost a negative theology of attention. Levertov crafts an image of what it means to see past what is distractingly obvious in order to discern something more richly present, a larger network of relations, a more sacred totality. The quality of spiritual attention that Levertov delineates, not only in this poem, but in others I can't begin to address in just a few minutes, is viscerally intense, charged with meaning, given less to what things are in themselves, or rather to what they are by themselves, than to networks of revelatory signification to which they belong. Her poetry evokes Slobodin's insight into Jacob's struggle as a paradigm of artistic creation, a process of self-surpassing that both apprehends and looks past what we are in our finitude in order to recognize what we still have to become. As Slobodin continues, such struggles reveal how God is forcing us to something greater, which is torn from us, or in Levertov's case, shaken from us in our distraction, revealing our vulnerability, our inherent connectedness to God. But this means that attention for Levertov, or what Guardini calls the sincerity of the look, operates, or at least begins, by way of distraction. It does not apprehend objects as much as perceive something else by way of objects. A vision of something elusive that, like a minnow, darts away. Now, I don't think I have time to go through the second poem I was going to read. I want to keep to the 15 minutes here. So let me just kind of show you this poem. It's called The Life of Art. It's a beautiful poem about a poet gazing at a painting and seeing something almost through the canvas beyond it, not looking at the painting, but looking almost behind the painting, at what else might be there. You can see her here, the edge between impasto service, burnt sienna, not Catherine, thick striate gleaming, swaths and windrows of carnal paint or canvas barely stained, where warp and weft peer through, etc., and fictive truth. She's talking about kind of losing sight of the strokes, you know, what one scrape of the knife might reveal behind the painting, where one sees even the penciled understrokes and shivers in pleasure, and one's fingertips touch the carpet snubs of wool, the cold fruit, etc. One almost sees what lies beyond the window frame, past the frame, beyond, ... The poem ends. It opens a parenthesis. It never closes. All right. It's a really provocative poem. And I'll cut to the end of my paper by saying this. The life of art depicts less a thing or place, a work of art, or even the world, than a modality of experience enabled by the relationship between paint and picture, words and poem. What Levertov is describing is a creative process, but not of anything reducible to a mere poem. Instead, the poem evokes a space of something like conversion, something like religious experience, the development of a new sensibility, a new capacity to see. Levertov is writing about the effects of a poem on the one who attends to it, whether poet or reader, a flickering of the mind that allows us to be not elsewhere as much as otherwise. To what degree does Levertov's poetry of attention accommodate Guardini's model of threefold seeing? My paper lights upon this question more than providing an exhaustive answer. In part, this is because I'm still learning about Guardini's theological aesthetics myself. The elements of Guardini's model seem present. Levertov's poetry dramatizes situations in which those who look, poets and readers, suddenly apprehend a more sacred world. This is a world veiled by, but not reducible to, the poetry's objects of description. To attend to these objects for Levertov is to see past or through them. In Slobodin's words, it is not to represent things, but to indicate the unrepresentable, that shows things as they are. This is a matter of spiritual discernment, but not necessarily one of either awe or mystery. In thinking of Levertov's late poetry, for example, awe seems too uncertain or mutely abstract, too sublime, and mystery too uncomprehending, too contentedly benighted to capture the tenor of the poetic voice. Neither do the poems bespeak or instill a sense of wonder, for they seem too intimate, too familiar with the experiences they rehearse. Instead, they anticipate a transformative process the poet understands to be incomplete, a process at once intense and extended, and they invite us to pause and feel and participate. These poems and others I lack the time to address, thus prompt for me larger questions. I'll end with these. What if our attention did more than give us something new to think about? What if it moved us to act, to change? What might it mean to rethink a humanities education on that basis? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can. Thank you. Thank you, Dana. Go ahead.
Okay. So I've been asked to, or rather, when I spoke with Matthew earlier, I think it was either last week or, well, we spoke since last week. The objective was for me to basically critique, or rather comment on his paper, and to internalize what he has basically presented to you this evening, or this afternoon, and to put it into my own interpretation in terms of my spiritual journey, and to perhaps present to you possibilities for you to also consider as you also engage in that spiritual journey. And as I looked at the topic for this conference, this meeting, the threefold looking and seeing, as the organizers would have prompted us to look at the spirit, the soul, and the body. And I'll try to present, I think I'll try to present my screen right now. So for those who are not familiar with me, I am a third year D.Edmin student from the Virginia Theological Seminary. And while a lot of the presentations within this conference, not necessarily into the main foundation of which I would have come from, as Professor Flanagan would have indicated, I am really coming from an economics background. But I'm also on a spiritual journey, and I wanted to share that with you because I'm a postulant in the process for ordination. So that is something that persons may not be aware of. As I looked at Matthew's paper, it brought me to mind to the idea of God as a poet. And I could not help but consider that particular position based on his review of the work of Levertov and Gardini, as we really come to grips with creation in itself. And so if we say that God is the creator of the universe, then we know that he would have created all things, and that creation was good. And as I continued to read the paper, one of the particular pieces of scripture that came to mind was John 1:1. And most of you should be familiar with that scripture. In the beginning was the Word. And one of the reasons that particular section of that verse stood out is because the Word is eternal. And he was already in existence when the world began. And then the second piece of that verse, and the Word was with God. And for me, the Word is personal, as he was someone who was with God, or rather, I am someone who is with God. We, you know, in terms of our concept of how we were created, we are his creation, and so we are with God Father in spirit. And then the third portion, and the Word was God. The Word is divine, and the Word is, in my view, fully a part of God. And so we can interpret that and go beyond that. But at the end of the day, God is a poet. And if we think of God as a poet, then of course he is as he is of all good things. A second thought that came to mind when I looked at the paper from Matthew was the mention of the statement, or rather the statement, the temple of life. And that particular statement stood out because Whitman, in my view, reimagines Levitov's view of how a poet stands open-mouthed in the temple of life, contemplating his experience, and there coming to him the words of the poem. For me, our physical bodies are the temple of life. And so Whitman sees...
Sorry. Loud voice. We can't hear it very well.
You're not hearing me?
Yes, but there's a very loud voice.
Oh.
I don't know why.
If I can, because I'm in a classroom right now, and it may be the AC unit.
Yeah, it's the AC unit, Dana. It's the AC unit. It stopped.
I'm going to try to speak louder then. Sorry about that.
You have you got
AirPods? No, I'm sorry about that. Whitman seems intrigued by Levitov's. Can you hear me better now? If I speak louder? Or no?
No. It's the voice behind. I think it's not. Is it from the beginning?
Okay, let me try to turn it off for you. Just give me 1 second.
Bob, is it a problem in your room? Is it where does this voice come? Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know what changed, but now it's better.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So, where was I? So Whitman seems intrigued by Levitov's referral of this metaphor of life, and he was spoken to that before, as a temple which accords a measure of the sacred to everyday objects of experience. Whitman brings to the forefront how Levitov's elaboration of this creative process is a spiritual process. And that spiritual process in particular points me to the presence of what he refers to and what I also refer to as the spiritual phenomena. And for me, I rightfully suggest that there's a spiritual phenomena in poetry, whether it is written from even not so religious standpoint, there is a sense of spirituality that is present when we read and we engage in poetry. Whitman points to the presence of there being this spiritual phenomena. Could these spiritual phenomena be an undertaking of the exploration of events or experiences or objects, both unusual and everyday, that occur within our lives? And could it be that they are characterized as spiritual or paranormal, magical, or even supernatural? That is one question I pose in response to Matthew's point. And then I also bring forth this suggestion that Wickham carefully establishes Levitov's care about having what we call a spiritual vision, and how it could undergo that Ignatian spiritual exercises by bringing the substance of that regimen into the poetry. So then I pose the question, what is poetry in the eyes of God, the creator, the beholder? For me, poetry is an artful communication where poets create or recreate through inspiration in the form of imagination, the self-contained communion of the triune God, bringing it into the context of conversation of Trinity, and his awesome creative process, as was recorded in the first chapters of Genesis and the Gospel of John. Whitman seems fascinated with the work of Sloat Bittens, and I prefer to say Professor Donna, and her description of the status of the icon, an object at and through which the viewer gazes, and which represents for Whitman a matrix of revelatory perception where we behold the self-awareness. I also want to present the concept of God by the way of art. And as we explore God by the way of art, it brings to mind another portion within the paper where Whitman explores the Gardini model and chooses to bring forth Professor Donna's first question: does a work of art become a space where we are able to encounter God? And then Whitman sees Levitov's answer as the fact that we tend to encounter God by the way of art and not so much in art. And then the second question by Professor Donna, how is it possible to understand the biblical promise that the pure of heart will see God in the context of the methodological research? I truly believe that everyone can encounter some form of spiritual phenomenon, as our humanness is threefold in spirit, soul, and body, and one's quality of spiritual attention can facilitate this process. It therefore brings us to the point where we must explore that thing we call spiritual attention. If we engage in this process of spiritual attention through the lenses of poetry, could we then discover that God is forcing us to see something greater, which in turn is either or rather it requires us to tear upon ourselves and to look within? Professor Donna brings to the forefront or causes us to consider Levitov's case of us being shaken from distraction, which in the end will reveal our vulnerability. And then the life of art. And this was one of the poems that Matthew would have brought into focus. Whitman brings forward the point that the poem Life of Art depicts less a thing or a place, a work or a world, than a modality of experience categorized by the relationship between paint and picture, words and poem. He ponders on how poets and readers suddenly apprehend a more sacred world, and he marvels at how this world is availed by, but not reducible to the poetry's objects of description. Whitman also states that we need to attend to these objects, as Levertov promotes the position that we must see past and through them. As Matthew was just speaking in the first half of our presentation, I could not help but consider the Psalms and how the Psalms are really composed of sacred songs and sacred poems meant to be sung. And if we consider the fact that some of the hymns within the Episcopal Church are actually, I would say, offshoots from the Psalms or even pieces of scripture that are presented. So as he spoke, one hymn came to mind, and that was, "O Worship the Lord in the Beauty of Holiness," which is inspired by Psalm 96. And the first stanza, the first verse of that hymn is, "O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Bow down before him, his glory proclaim. With gold of obedience and incense of lowliness. Kneel and adore him, the Lord is his name." As we consider the threefold looking and seeing, looking for the spirit, looking for the body, looking for the soul, and how all of that is intertwined, I cannot help but look at this particular hymn, which, as I said, was inspired by Psalm 96. And the words of this particular psalm brings to mind a couple things. As I said, it's motivated by Psalm 96. And when you look at Psalm 96, we are commanded to sing to God in praise and ascribe glory and honor to his name. His presence is so much greater than what we can comprehend, and he is the source of everything good and beautiful in creation. We are continually praising him and telling others about his salvation. We are to proclaim his righteous judgments to everybody, not just our fellow believers, but to everyone. The heavens and the earth, the sea, the sky, the trees, the birds, the bees, and all living things are all to proclaim his goodness. The final verse is a cry that anxiously awaits God's return to judge the world and receive his children. Interestingly enough, this particular hymn is also inspired by, in my view, Psalm 29. In the second verse where it says, "Ascribe to the Lord the glory due to his name, and worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness." So as I conclude, and I try to bring some focus into being of this discussion, my encounter of the threefold scene leads me to make this statement. Those who seek God find art, as it is a spiritual process. I also asked the question, and I would have made the statement at the beginning, but I asked the question, is God a poet? Whitman's contribution reaffirms that for me. As God is word, as he reveals himself and yet remains mysterious, as God is word and he exposes our vulnerabilities and still makes us whole. God is the word and remains in constant dialogue with us. I therefore delight in the idea that God is indeed a poet. I thank you, and I am gracious to Professor Donna and Professor Flanagan for allowing me to present on this topic.
Thank you all for your presentations, and a special thank you for Dana. We're all in winter, you know, here in Virginia, even with snow outside and cold buildings, and Dana has to adjust the air conditioning and the fans. So nor did I want to suggest for her to turn it off, and that she suffers in the British Virgin Islands where she's coming to us today, and not have comfort of air conditioning during her presentation. So now we turn and we have about 25 minutes for discussion. I'm going to come closer to the screen just to change the view and so I can see everyone. And if I can, I would like to start off as you all consider your questions. Two things I would ask. One is, so that enough people have a chance to ask questions, let's be brief and formulate it as carefully as we can. And as the speakers will, the four will try to be equally brief in their response or succinct. My question has to do, one, to Lucinda, which is a practical question I have of a matter of sourcing of Catherine's tears. Where did you, if you could give us that source, and then and then just to ask my other question is to John, and this is more involved. Julia Allegra, in her presentation 2 evenings ago, spoke to us about face masking and the importance of mirroring. And we talked about during the pandemic how masks have been on the face, and certainly for the American culture, it seems to me to have created this gap in being able to read another's face and the impact of that as it is with trust. And I would ask, how do you see trust and facial mirroring impacted in terms of the inability to have that sort of facial mirroring and development of trust? And how would you see that as an impact on moral trust? So that's my question. I'll let you speak, and then we'll please put up your hands for others that would like to ask questions. So Lucinda and John, please.
Thank you, Bob. Well, it's very simple with St. Catherine because there's one book called The Dialogue.
Right.
Now, of course, there's a whole section in there called Tears. There's one on divine providence. There's one on truth. There are a number of sections. So it's very clear. Of course, the pagination would change according to the edition, but it's The Dialogue. Just very briefly, The Dialogue obviously was not something she wrote. It was a dialogue because it was a literary way that started, yes, a method that started well into the 11th, 12th century, that in culture, that influenced the mystics to have conversations as thus with God. In the case of, I don't know how true this is, but evidently, Catherine received the entire dialogue over a period of a week. and she went into a trance, and some of her followers were scribes and wrote it down. So it does have a conversational and not necessarily a real backbone to it, but you can find the gems within it.
Right, thank you.
In terms of the question relating to masks, COVID, and the impact on trust, we were already before the pandemic in a crisis when it came to our trustworthiness in society. So it's been compounded. We've seen the suspicion people have towards experts, towards university professors, towards anybody who speaks out on the issue. Part of the masking, and again, I don't know where the conversation went the other day, is actually something we've been undertaking as part of the technology for a long period of time. Think about the avatars that people use in their Twitters, in their emails, in their other social media formats, that they use to therefore say things that if they were face-to-face and if they were person-to-person would have a different level of accountability. So we've seen a real degradation in relationality and responsibility. And so we entered the pandemic already in a place of great deficit. The turnaround now is really, I thought that the model of trust is entering into one another's vulnerability. So this is a vulnerability we have shared as human beings around the world. And it should be the basis for beginning a recalibration of our interactions. It teaches us that none of us are an island, that none of us can actually simply operate our businesses or consume in the way that we have in the past, that there's this notion of interconnection. So what I was trying to do with Catherine was bring a systems perspective to her, because we now need to start thinking about trust, especially the creation of moral authority, in a systematic way. I use the example of the bishops because they went linear. They said, oh, these things were hidden before, we will be transparent now. That doesn't work. Linearity in this reality, especially when it doesn't interconnect with moral gifts, just misses it completely. So we're at a time where trust needs to be rebuilt. We know from history that there have been other moments of fracture like this. Simone Weil in The Need for Roots, when she was trying to bring French society together after World War II, after the Great Division between the collaborators and the resistance. She brought this aspect of, she brought this aspect of return to values, return to roots. And Franklin Roosevelt did the same thing, of course, during the Great Depression, the 4 freedoms. He went back to the roots and regenerated out of that.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions?
Can I offer an appreciation as a question?
Yes.
I really appreciate Matthew Wickman's insight through Denise Levertov's idea of the distraction is the doorway. I think that's excellent. I really appreciate it for myself. That and we all experience these things, but it's not taking us away, as you said. What was the word you used that I really liked? It's the otherwise, yes, instead of elsewhere. Otherwise instead of elsewhere. So that there is a presence and attentiveness, but it's not actually on the object that you intended. However, something happens there. So I very much appreciate everything that you had shared, and also Dana shared particularly, and just wanted you to know that it's touched me and I could take this into my own prayer experience.
Thank you, Lucinda. I appreciate that. Lovely paper that you gave, really beautiful. And John, I thought that was fascinating. I appreciate that distraction also. And I was moved in Dana's presentation that the thought about God as poet, that the process for Levertov means that, you look at a poem, and through a poem, you can see something more than just a poem, but that which inspired the poem, which is God. But it also means the poet, to create the poem, looks at the world, but doesn't see only objects, but sees through it a creative process, sees God's presence in things that they view. So there really is this play of attention and distraction in Levertov, which is a spiritual process, which I love her poetry for that reason. I think it's fabulous. I love it too. So thank you for your kind words and your great paper. May I ask a question of Lucinda then? Gabriella, you go, and then if there's time, I'll ask a question of Lucinda.
Go ahead, Gabrielle. Gabriella, go ahead. Unmute. Unmute.
We don't listen. We can't hear. We can't hear.
Ok, sì. Ok, in pratica avevo un intervento da fare per quanto riguarda su Santa Caterina, l'intervento fatto dalla coppia.
Per favore,
Sì.
sempre piano piano.
Sì, ok.
Da tradurre.
Sì, che in pratica l'esperienza di Santa Caterina è molto affine a quella degli altri mistici. Io per esempio ho letto il libro Il diario di Suor Faustina Kowalska, che è una mistica polacca, in cui ci sono gli stessi pensieri, la stessa manifestazione della sofferenza attraverso le lacrime. La cosa che mi ha colpito è il fatto che noi a volte siamo incapaci di vedere l'altra persona, di individuare la preziosità e l'alterità nell'altra persona, mentre cioè Dio, come appunto scriveva Suor Faustina nelle sue memorie, riesce a individuare anche dei distretti più lontani del mondo, diciamo, la preziosità di ogni essere umano. E questo è un invito, cioè, potente che fa Dio. Quindi la lacrima, cioè, è quasi una manifestazione simbolica molto potente anche per richiamarci ad apprezzare e soprattutto a manifestare questa appunto comunanza di Dio, questa sua commozione nei riguardi dell'uomo che noi siamo incapaci di guardare l'uno nell'altro, proprio la preziosità e l'unicità dell'esistenza. Ecco, quindi ho trovato, ecco, molto interessante il parallelismo che si è creato tra la mistica di Santa Caterina e tutti gli altri mistici in generale, proprio il fatto delle lacrime, appunto, come una grammatica divina. Ecco, quindi cioè, niente, era un'osservazione che ho fatto e anche la domanda era, cioè, a livello no, non so se sto ancora in diretto. Se noi appunto ci può essere un modo, cioè nel contemporaneo, se a livello teologico, qual è la sfida odierna che si può affrontare per riuscire a individuare un modo per riuscire, cioè estrapolare anche a livello, cioè tra di noi e tra le persone che ci circondano, anche questa scintilla divina che ci è data appunto dall'esempio di queste manifestazioni dei grandi santi, cioè se sono adesso anche un monito e un esempio per riuscire una sfida a livello nel contemporaneo per riuscire a trarre un insegnamento molto potente. Cioè, non so, è una
Can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Yes. Thank you, Gabriella.
Sì.
I agree with everything you said at the beginning. How How can tears help us in this present situation? I think we're already being shown that the great saints left. They left their homes, they left security, they left on their inner pilgrimages to the desert, like the desert mothers right at the beginning of the church, right the way through to the cloistered convents or into the world to serve. They left. We are experiencing a leaving. We are leaving the life that was. A lot of people talk about going back to normal. There is no normal. This has been too big. It's changed us. What is God doing? Well, for me, I felt that God was saying exactly what Jesus said. Go to your room, close the door, put oil on your head, say your prayers, and God will hear you. That we're in our rooms now. We're not out getting distracted, as Matthew talked about. We're not, I mean, distraction definitely is the pathway, but there's another thing too. Are we being distracted in our place of being called inward? So for me, I think it's definitely the Mary story, sitting at the foot of Christ, listening in our rooms, praying and waiting for the transformation that is to come in our own individual lives. But we're definitely being shown that the way of the saints is our way at home, alone with God.
Bene.
Do any of the others want to add? And if not, we'll move to Pia.
I have a question about Levertov's poems. When she say God is a poet, would she also say God is a painter or an artist generally?
I think you put it on Italian.
Dana, do you want to take the first shot at that question?
That's my question. Yes.
Okay, I'll say a word about it. I think that's a very good question. The question is, there something unique about poetry to Levertov, or is the process she's describing something that can be seen across multiple other art forms? And Levertov's own gift was poetry. I mean, she was a very, very fine crafter of words and language, and she thinks across language, but she does talk about poems. There's the poem that I cited, The Life of Art, is about a painting. And there is another great work on paintings. She actually reconstructs the story of the kind of the dinner had by Jesus with the gentleman walking the road to Emmaus, from the standpoint of the servant girl, based on the painting by Velázquez called the Servant Maid. Is that what is the title? I forget the title actually, how it's translated into English. And so she does think often about poems. There's what's called ekphrasis, a poetic description of a painting. She engages in this as though to say that the arts can really build on each other and how they bring out the qualities that are had in the different art forms. So I would think that she would say, yes, God can be found by way of painting or other art forms as well. At least Levertov, certainly as her own creative agent, drew often upon paintings by which she was inspired to create poetry, suggesting that she was inspired by the hint of the divine inside the painting also, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I have no practice to speak in English, but it was very interesting for me to hear about Levertov as well. Very new and very interesting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hi, I'm going to respond. I was just having difficulty unmuting just now. When I read the work, as Matthew would have presented, while I would have focused on God as, being a poet, poetry, as Matthew would have rightfully just said, is of a broader field, which is art. Painting is a form of art, if art in itself. So if we think of God as the creator, and God being the creator, even though in the beginning, you know, we may not have gone into all of these disciplines, God would have given us the intelligence to have all of these different disciplines to have emerged and become. And so for me, from the beginning, I would perhaps make a controversial statement that art was present from the beginning. It is just that we may have not been able to delve into it the way that we delve into it at this particular point in time. So if the statement that you're making is that is God a poet, is God a painter, I believe God is an expression of creativity, just period. And so I don't think we should limit who God is or what he's capable of. And we should just allow our imagination to move with him and see how he reveals himself to us in terms of our humanness and in terms of his divinity. So that's how I would respond. I'm not sure if I did justice to the response, but I see Matthew shaking his head. So I'm thinking he's in agreement.
Yeah, I will have another minute or so for questions. Just to echo what Dana spoke about, that is her theology that she's speaking to is very much within the Anglican Episcopal tradition of theology, and certainly the English Anglican spiritual tradition of the poet. We think of Gerard Manley Hopkins and many others, Jean Donne, and that are the English religious poets, Coleridge Taylor, and the like. So, but Yvonne, you had a question or a comment.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I had I became aware in these days that when we talked about that every saint has his, how could I say, his place. And for example, for St. Francis, it was, he wrote a lot and he wrote like poems, yes, but for him, it was the nature. And the nature, and especially the animals. And I would nearly say it's interesting when we heard about Darwin and Francis, there it was a kind of theology, a theology of the nature. While then in Catherine, it's loneliness and it's also the word, listening. It has to do a lot with the word, which I think is not the same as, for example, we have done now. And I want to distinguish, for example, between art and poetry, and we put them all together, but they're very different. And that's interesting. For example, for Ignatian, it was the imagination. It was not the nature, it's all important because we know it's all together. But he was concerned, yesterday we heard it, about imagination. It was all about, he saw Mary, he saw Christ, and it was about something which was not there, but he saw it. And the last thing, the Carmelitan, for example, yesterday in the Teresianum, it's the night, it's the emptiness. So what I think it's interesting is Romano Guardini, he was really talking about the work. So the creation. And this is different to art, I think. And it is different to nature. And it's different to, you know, everybody has you could nearly say the space of the Lord. Yes. And this is different because the theology of creation and the theology of nature and the theology of the word and the theology of poetry is different. So, and this is something I just wanted to throw in our group, because I became aware that Darwin has more to do with Francis than Catherine has to do with Francis. It's very provocative. Okay, but
Well, I think with that, we are at time. And so we have a 60-minute break where we'll not do the math. I wear a collar. I call it priest math. I will not try to do math for you. But you know, 60 minutes from now, we will reconvene at whatever time zone you are. Thank you so much so far this morning. It's been a fascinating set of talks. Bless you all. Hi, Yvonne.
Hello.
Do you want to introduce our speakers this evening, or would you like me to do it?
If you want, yeah, as you want. For me, it's you know, you can do it. So you really,
Yeah.
it's fine for me.
Okay. Who do we have? I get to look up at the board. That's part of why I turn away, is okay. Who do we have? Okay. Just need a minute more and we'll be ready to go on our end. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. Buonasera. Good evening. We've finished our lunch and ready to get back into our sessions here. Delighted to welcome Pia and Valerie to speak with us first in our first set of pairs. Pia is located at the Frederick Alexander University in Nuremberg. She's the Faculty of Pedagogy of Art. And Valerie studies Lutheran theology, and she has done so at four different, is it correct for me to say four different places or cities in Germany? And why don't you clarify that for me, if Valerie, if you can.
It's correct to say it like this. Thank you.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that I got that correct. You're welcome. So with that said, and I'd like us to move right along with the last things as we had this morning. Be aware of the time that we are given so that we can have discussion and write your questions down so that we can be prepared to respond to them. So thank you and welcome to this evening's program.
Yes, thank you, Yvonne, for invitation us and for opportunity to speak here. And thank also Pater Lucas for being here in Rome. Before we start, I need to share my screen. I can't find. Yes. Okay.
I just remember to choose the language, Italian and English. Okay.
Now, yes. Valerie and I met for the first time to prepare the workshop. We talked about our experience wherever the work of art is looking at us, or about our view of Kandinsky and his work as an artist and teacher and maybe a prophet. Now we invite you to participate on our attempt to understand Kandinsky better. The question that concerns us today is, does the work of art look at us? What does Kandinsky think about this? What does he say about the relationship between artist, artwork, and viewer?
Yes, Kandinsky's theoretical work is very interesting when we ask if or how the artwork or the work of art looks at the viewer. The triangle of the work of art, artist and viewer, has a special meaning for him, because for Kandinsky, the artist has a very special role as a prophet. From his point of view, it is the artist who can hear the language that is inaudible to the masses. Through the work of art, the language or message can be conveyed to the viewer.
Exactly. Because for Kandinsky, the existence of the spiritual was not only indisputable, but as the opposite of the material. It was of great importance for humanity and its development. His most famous text, to which we refer here today, is called On the Spirituelle in Art, über das Geistige in der Kunst. Here he formulated his criticism of the materialism and naturalism of his time and justified his abstract approach in the painting for the first time. In his theoretical reflection, Kandinsky deals with the spiritual life of people. The artist differs from his fellow man with regards to the spiritual life in that he is receptive to a language that is unable to the masses. It is basically like the real language, or how to understand it. The spiritual is a space out of which the artist receives and feels something and then translates it in form and color, at least as a painter, into a work of art, right?
Yes, that's how I would put it. It is difficult because what the artist paints is the same as what the see. But still, Kandinsky, his justification of abstract painting, is the one who tries to capture something objective in these forms and colors, and ultimately through the work of art. And with the work of art, it is then transported to most other people. For me, however, the concept of the spiritual in Kandinsky is difficult to grasp. How can one understand his concept of the spiritual and also his concept of the soul? These terms remain somehow unclear for me.
With Kandinsky, we are dealing with an artist and also an art teacher. In other words, with an artist who was also concerned with theological and ideological questions. He used terms the way he used colors. He does not define them. And he allowed himself to think not only logical, argumentatively, but also in pictures. He said in a conversation with Willy Groman, "You think European, I think Russian. That is, they think logically, we also think logically, but at the same time in pictures." Kandinsky is not a philosopher. He doesn't claim to sharpen the concept as we can expect when we read a philosophical text or a theological text. For me, it becomes clear in his text on the spiritual in art that Kandinsky is a man of seeing. He is first and foremost a painter. He has this sharpness and precision that we find in philosophical or theological texts, in the concepts, in the observations, the seeing and the color sensations. So when he describes the regularity of color or argues quite strongly that color as such has an autonomous status, that is the substance or the experience out of which he writes. I don't think he is climbing in his text to explain the spiritual, but he is saying when we look at color and form in a painting, we experience the spiritual because our soul reacts to it, gets into vibration. We hear the language, or as a viewer, we can take in the language that the artist heard through the picture. Kandinsky therefore used a picture for his description of the spiritual. His idea is a large acute triangle divided into unequal segments, the nearest one pointing upwards in a geometrical correct representation of a spiritual life. The lower the segment, the larger, wider, higher, and more embraced will be the other parts of the triangle. The entire triangle moves slowly, almost invisible, forwards and upwards. In the different compartments, there are people with different levels of development in terms of their spiritual life.
Speaking of a triangle, it comes up to my mind that he assigned a certain color to each shape, which then supports best that shape and best conveys its meaning. Color and form are the subject to regularity according to his conviction.
Yes, that's why Kandinsky, as a teacher at the Bauhaus, also did a study on this in 1923. He printed the basic forms or shapes, circle, square, and triangle on a questionnaire and asked all participants, that is students, friends, and colleagues at the Bauhaus, to paint these shapes with the primary colors yellow, red, and blue, and to assign a color to each shape. Thus, he came to the conclusion that most people used yellow for the triangle, red for the square, and blue for the circle. However, it must be said that a large part of some students survived, had found and heard exactly the view many times before with him as a teacher. His service, but also his way of working and dealing as an artist as well as a teacher, is based on his view of inner necessity or inner spiritual need. He takes the spiritual as something that is there and that appeals to our soul and can set it into vibration. Kandinsky writes of the vibration of the soul. Is this, in this way, the spiritual brings forth in the human soul and upward striving and a spiritual development. In all this, for Kandinsky, an inner spiritual necessity is perceptible. The artist is the one who can hear, feel, sense, and grasp this language, this inner necessity, better than any other people. That's why Kandinsky also calls the artist as a prophet. Such correspondences, for example, that the color yellows fits better to the triangle and the color red to the square. For this, the artist is more sensitive in his insight, with his feelings and sensations than others. In this way, he also already senses the future. Kandinsky writes, that which has as yet not material existence cannot crystallize materially. The spirits which lead into the, sorry, I can't see it, of tomorrow can only be recognized by the sense, guiding by artist talent.
We have now talked a lot about the spiritual life of Kandinsky and about the artist as prophet. And now Kandinsky also writes about the work of art and about the forms and colors as if they were independent beings. He writes, in an obscure and puzzling way, the artist develops a work of art. As it gains a life of its own, it becomes an entity, an independent spiritual life, which as a being leads the life of material realism.
Kandinsky is not alone in this view that the work of art is an independent being. Gardini, for example, wrote this following in 1928. The work of art does not hang there like a barometer or stand like a shelter, but it shines forth, but only then and only so far as a man can make it shine who looks at it. So both Gardini and Kandinsky emphasize that there is something objective spiritual happening in the soul of the person who takes in a work of art, that is, who looks at a painting. I would like to show by means of an example how this could be meant. Aber es geht nicht, die nächste vor. Yes. We see here a work of Kandinsky. It's called Red Square and is a watercolor from 1928. I have changed the red square in order to show how, through the change, other sound and other color sensation arise in each case. Oops. You can see, maybe, that not only the yellow, but also the brown color areas get a different sound, a slightly differently color shades depending on the square.
If you look at these color changes and effects, you can understand better why Kandinsky declares, a perfect drawing is the one where nothing can be changed without destroying the essential inner life. Because if you only change the color of the square, it is already like a different picture, and no longer that one of Kandinsky.
If you can see a real painting, it's very better to show you. The technical eye is not possible to see all the different subtle difference in the color tones. This is a way of working that Kandinsky used to do with his students. They would look at drawings, sketches, and color studies together, make small changes, and observed both the effects on how they felt mentally and the objective effect of the painting. The red that Kandinsky chose, given the surface a warmth, the area of color are enhanced in the red shimmer and warm hue. On the other hand, if you take the dark square, the black and the brown areas become stronger. Maybe you see it. Gardini says, the work of art cannot be imitated at all. One can imitate canvas, color spots, formed stone blocks, but that is not the work of art. This is dead material. But the work of art was a living form. It was not made of this and that color of grated earth and mixed with oil. It did not sit on the canvas, but stood in the spirit of the creator. And there, in the spirit, it still stands. But what sits typically on the canvas, it's only a means of communication, gifted with the power of indication, so that before them a person capable of seeing is stimulated to let light up in his spirit what the artist meant and created. For Bardini, the actual work of art is not the material applied to canvas which hangs on a wall, but that appears in the spirit of the artist as well as the viewer. From Kandinsky's theoretical reflection, it is not so clear and unambiguous what Kandinsky means by the term work of art. He does not distinguish so clearly between the physical object and the work of art that shines in the soul. Kandinsky names in One the Spirit in Art 3 mystical reasons out of which the inner necessity arises or draws. Every artist, as creator, expresses what is peculiar to him. If we would paint a similar picture as we have just looked at it, then probably each of us would choose other colors or would felt what mixed the colors tones at least a little differently. This is what it's meant by the perception of color form of our sensation. Secondly, even artist is a child of his era. This is the second mystical reason on which the inner necessity rests. The artist always expresses the unequalness of the respective era, his era. In the fine art, it is often already evident in the materials we have at our disposal or in the artistic techniques, and in what our era quite generally finds beautiful or just not beautiful, and what in general the artist freedom allows and what not. The third mystical reason of inner necessity is pure art. And the pure art in turn, according to his understanding, is in the service of the divine. That is why Kandinsky calls the artist servant of art and servant of the divine. The artist brings forth in the work of art, more or less purely, the eternally artistic. On this level, works of art are just pictures in painting, are eternally valid. That's why pictures that were painted centuries ago can still mean something to us and grab and reach us soulfully.
Much of what you just said reminds me of the art of Orthodox icons. Again and again, not only religious concepts appear in Kandinsky's work. I can also remember a painting of him that shows St. George. He painted St. George over and over again. Kandinsky understood St. George as the fighter for the new, especially in art. After all, his work concerning the spiritual in art is also the scripture that is to establish his abstract painting. There are many parallels. The icon, according to Kandinsky's understanding, and also his abstract painting, are to be understood as revelatory representation. They can and want to awaken new seeing, which the viewer cannot escape. They are like provocative windows that demand attention because they carry within them the absolute of the world. And so there is precisely this parallel between the theoretical work of Kandinsky, this objectivity in the painting, the inner necessity, and what the icon embodies. There is a parallelism in this conception of the autonomy of the work of art, as well as in the autonomy of the icon, in the understanding of being as real being, independent of psychic and subjective sensations and perceptions.
And now that the icon is seen as a place of presence of the divine. And I think you can go so far with Kandinsky and say that he sees the artistic, that is the pure artistic or eternal artistic, as what is present in a work of art. And he then also writes that it again depends on the artist, how purely the pure artistic is present in the picture. If an artist is very receptive and sensitive enough to feel not only his own and his unequiness of his era out of inner necessity, then he succeeds in advancing to the eternal artistic. The eternal artistic then also shows itself in the work of art itself. Out of this third inner necessity, the picture acquires an expressiveness and meaning that can reach its viewers soulfully over many epochs. This is now again the service or the task of the artist. This is why Kandinsky calls the artist the priest of the beautiful. By adopting concepts and ideas from the religious for the artistic, Kandinsky also adopts the idea that the work of art serves and provides space for a non-material spiritual other presence. For Kandinsky, it is the eternal artistic.
I find it really interesting how he uses religious terms for the person of the artist. Prophet, priest, and also evangelical talent of the artist.
Can you briefly explain what Kandinsky meant by the evangelical talent of the artist?
I understood it within the connection of this propagation context. It means that this language, which only the artist hears, is then proclaimed through the work of art. This process has something to do with the gospel, that is, with the proclamation of a message. For Kandinsky, it is just that this is proper to the artist, unlike the majority of people.
This message is for Kandinsky the beautiful thing, which we should still talk about. We already talked about this triangle, the image that Kandinsky designed for the spiritual life. I'm referring to this triangle that strives upwards and forwards. Kandinsky says that the artist and individual special people are more in the top, and the more the people from the lower classes hear the message of these artists, the more the triangle moves upwards. That is why the artists and the people at the top of the triangle have this proclamation task, that they pull along other people who comes after them, or also other time and epochs that come after them, so that these can then advance in their spiritual development. For Kandinsky, this proclamation task of the artist means a driving of the triangle into a forward movement. And this probably also means the priesthood, that the artist seeks the beautiful, or the principle of the inner value of beauty, and points it out to others, that is the service of the artist. What then is the service of the work of art?
Just as the icon is a window through which we can look into another reality, so the work of art, created out of inner spiritual necessity, is probably also a window out of which the spiritual looks at us. Guardini describes the work of art as a meaning of communication. Through the work of art, the viewer is given a glimpse into a spiritual reality and into the future. And this spiritual reality is beautiful.
Kandinsky says that is to be considered beautiful, which resides from an inner spiritual need, as only that which is beautiful can be beautiful. That which is inwardly beautiful, that is the beautiful, And the important thing is that the beautiful can in turn beautify the soul of the beholder. Guardini speaks of lighting up in the soul. So we may not be able to say with absolute certainty that the work of art looks at us, but we can say why we want to look at the work of art, so that it lights up in our soul and beautifies it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Really, it was refreshing to have the integrated voices of you two presenting together. So that was lovely. And now we'll have our last pair of the evening. We'll have Andreas and Katie speak with us. Andreas is on the faculty at Heidelberg University and in the area of philosophy. And Katie is a dialectical behavior therapist currently living in Rome and studying Ignatian spirituality at the Gregorian. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I'm to hear. First of all, I thank you for the possibility to try out some ideas and share them with you here today. In comparison with the other contributions, I will talk about a rather trivial subject, I fear. In my paper, I will try to find aspects of our specific topic, the three-folded view in the film Castaway from the year 2000, starring Tom Hanks and co-starring a basketball called Wilson, which, or better, who, is of specific importance for our purpose. Important for our purpose is the story is told, which is told in the film, is that of a modern Robinson Crusoe. As in Daniel Defoe's novel, there's a second protagonist besides Robinson, but it is in our film not a human being, but the above mentioned basketball. What makes the film and the relation between Robinson and this basketball interesting is the fact that when Robinson loses this ball at the end of the film, he's not only sad, but he apologizes to Wilson. He apologizes deeply and he calls Wilson, "I'm sorry," again and again. We will try to see in which sense Wilson is for him, and certainly only for him, not only a ball, an object, but kind of a subject itself. Part one, the importance of having kind of an alter ego. After an airplane accident, Robinson finds himself on a small island in total solitude. He has only his clothes and a picture of his spouse. To the same extent that he is alone, he is helpless on his island. To be in total solitude, in particular, the total lack of the possibility to talk to someone, is, we know it, catastrophical for the Zoonpolitikon, the social and discursive human being. As Heidegger shows us, language is not only the form of philosophy or communication, but it is a kind of our being in the world itself. It is what he calls man's habitation in the world. It's the Behausung. Dichterisch wohnet der Mensch auf dieser Erde, as Hölderlin says. The sprachliche Behaustheit and the possibility of communication. That means of being able to talk to someone and to receive a reply is an essential part of constitutive importance in human life. That refers us to the relationality of our existence as a whole. Perhaps one of the most important ideas in the philosophy of the 20th century is that we have recognized that there is no such thing as a static subject, a substantial me, which had its being from itself, the so-called aseitas of substance, as a ens perdurabile et modificabile, as for example Christian Wolff, the pupil of Leibniz, defines it. This notion of subject philosophy, as taught by authors such as Descartes and Locke, would mean that at a certain point in time, the I suddenly begins to be. It would be complete in itself. The other selves, every alter ego, would only be external to this subject. Instead, being a subject seems to be more like a process. Its emergence is a process in time, and this process is constitutively dependent on the other, the alter ego, with whom my own self is interrelated, though that there is an interdependency between me and not me as two things that are in their existence mutually dependent on each other. The relationality of the subject is, so to speak, the ontological flip side of the noetic assumption that the I is always intentional. This relational anthropology, or as Bernhard Waldenfels says, responsive anthropology, Waldenfels is a phenomenologist from Bochum, means that no I can ever exist without a you, just as no right can ever exist without a left. Human beings are intentional beings, and the medium of our intentionality, that is the bodily manifestation of our intentional noesis, is the gaze. It hopes to be returned. Its responding object is, as Emmanuel Levinas says, the face of the other human being, das Antlitz, le visage. This has a lot in common with what we heard yesterday about Guardini, I think. Understanding human existence as a completely mutual structure, being woven into the reciprocal response of our beingness, opens the way for the search for threefold seeing. Part 2, the act of creativity. In fact, Robinson, in his first days on the island, does not speak at all or hardly at all, because he has no other person to speak to. Human existence without language does not fit our natural requirements, so he has to look for a way to solve the problem of his solitude. Above all, it should be noted here that Robinson does not speak to the photo of his spouse he has with him. Roland Barthes, whom I only mention briefly in this context, tells us that the photo is dead. The person photographed is petrified in the moment the picture was taken. Although she or he is a person, absent as a person, she is represented together with the situation in which the picture was taken. In the same sense that the photographed person loses her movement and her bodily presence concerning Barthes, the viewer looking at the photo is set into motion. By looking at the photograph, he is looked at by it, and a transfer takes place. The transfer of existential movement that constitutes what Barthes calls the adventure of the photograph. But the photo shows the person in a real existential situation, and the adventure triggered by the photo has to take place just in that existential environment represented by the picture. As an autonomous subject, Robinson's spouse is not ontologically dependent of him. That means that she is able, and perhaps even forced, perhaps even condemned, to live for herself and on her own. Robinson knows that his spouse, as a human being, is also embedded in relational structures, but that he himself no longer belongs to them. That's why her subjecthood could in no sense be located on Robinson's island, in his solitude and his situation of being thrown into an existence so totally different from their shared former life, the kind of life only she is still integrated in. That's why she could not answer his very gaze out of his solitude now. The mutual view between Robinson and his spouse, the attempt to create a real relation on the basis of a photo would have to fail. Robinson seems to know this. As I said, he does not try to talk to her or her picture. Robinson, therefore, must create new structures for himself. That is why he paints a face onto a basketball he found some days earlier, belonging to the cargo of the aircraft. It's no photography, and it is not the face of any real person, but it has kind of a face which seems to look at him and which seems to answer his own gaze. And it has kind of a body, so it is able to constitute for him an alter ego. The difference between the two kinds of pictures, the photographical one of his spouse and the painted one on the ball, is or has to be that the first one is a real image of an independent and autonomously existing subject. The second one creates a subject formed and designed according to Robinson's very existential situation. Perhaps we could say that Wilson is an imago of Robinson. While looking at a photography means usually looking in the past, as Barth says, that's different with a painted subject of the basketball. Their environmental being together, their similar situation of being thrown in a boundary existence, is a basis of building a shared sphere, what perhaps means something similar to Begegnung, according to Guardini, as Helmut Zenz told us yesterday. Robinson not only gives his basketball a face, so that he can communicate with it, but he also gives him a name, Wilson. By giving his new friend a proper name, that is by baptizing him with his name, he makes him an individual being. It becomes a he. I use the term baptizing certainly not in a theological way, but perhaps rather in the sense in which to be, according to Willett von Orme Quine, is to be the value of a bound variable, but that's not important here. This individual Wilson, from now on, is a counterpart of communication and responsibility for Robinson. He, Robinson, talks to Wilson, and he seems to hear Wilson answer. The film shows us very often scenes in which Wilson seems to look at Robinson or watch him working, fishing, and so on. From this moment on, Robinson is able to organize his life together and in consultation with his new friend. As soon as he has someone to talk to, he is again what Heidegger calls behaust. But by doing all this, Robinson shows us that the face is not in every case only and primarily the expression of a person's own individuality. Sometimes it is also, perhaps only, a mere mirror of the alter ego who finds himself in this. The gaze of the other who meets me creates our shared world. That is, the world is what looks at me by showing itself. And the encountering gaze, which promises something like the fulfillment of the intentional striving, means in some way happiness. You find this represented, for example, in the finale of Richard Wagner's opera Tristan and Isolde. As Robinson did not find Wilson as Wilson, that means Wilson is not part of Robinson's environment on the island, but becomes it as Robinson paints the face on the ball and gives him his name. This act of painting and naming is kind of an act of creativity, or even more, of creation. For with this act, something starts to be and perhaps even comes to life, at least in a responsive way. Thus, creativity is not just about painting the face on the ball, but building up a responsive relation, so that creating means building up a special kind of relationality. I want to call this in the following something like a hermeneutic space or sphere, wherein I, as a creator, enter into a relationship with my artifact. Point 3, threefold structures, the aspect of threefold seeing. Breaking the ontic barrier, the metaphysical gap, which would separate Robinson from his spouse, petrified, represented by her photography, he opens a sphere of creating by painting and baptizing Wilson, wherein we can find a Trinitarian or threefolded structure through which Robinson's self becomes the creator of a quasi-person attached to him. The relation between Robinson and his spouse as a real subject would be a two-valued relation, Robinson and his spouse. The relation between Robinson and his alter ego Wilson would, however, not be complete in this kind of relation. It needs this hermeneutical space or level wherein the responding view between Robinson and Wilson is embedded, so that it is no longer only a two-valued relation between them, but a three-valued. What do I mean by this? We know the Augustinian definitions of Trinitarian structures in human mind. For Augustine, the intra-Trinitarian structure is that of a self-referentiality of God who reflexively thinks himself, who through this and in this act of thinking himself fans out into the trinity of the thinker, the thought, and the relation that connects these two. In our model, the thinker, or better, viewer, is Robinson. The thought, or better, the viewed, the seen, is Wilson. And the relation between them is what I call the hermeneutical sphere, wherein Robinson's view is gaze in a metaphorical sense and turns to the first relation between them itself. By seeing himself and the ball in their mutual relation, and that could mean by seeing their mutual responsivity, the subject being of Wilson is created. Perhaps this is a pagan use of what we heard yesterday about the gaze of Christ, who, being God and human person, has a gaze from above and also, and at the same time, a gaze from inside. The view from outside onto the gaze from inside is, as the third aspect of a threefolded structure, what I call hermeneutical sphere, and you can also call it a second order relation. For Augustine, the call to refer back and internalize is always and already designed to transcend the I in favor of opening up the ontotheological background and substrate. In our model, it is a creative act of bringing a subject into existence, even if this existence is only given within the hermeneutic space. In Augustinian thought, the striving for knowledge is a love inclination that can never aim at something completely unknown. Seeing Wilson means, therefore, in Augustinian thought, uncovering and revealing aspects of Robinson's own self, becoming his counterpart and alter ego. In the threefold world of Robinson, so is to claim, there is so a trivalent relational structure, which has the ability to bring a subject into being, at least in some respects. But we should also claim that this act of creation I have described ultimately means nothing other than a doubling of Robinson's own self. It also means that being a subject stops when the mutual responsive relation stops. That has emerged subjectivity. That's why Wilson stops to be a Wilson when he goes lost. He becomes again an it. The subject is thus the creator of itself as the object of itself. So we can find in this model of creating a subject, which has its roots in my being, the self itself, a possible form of that human relationality I mentioned above. And perhaps we can find in this an imago of what creation in Trinitarian structures could mean. Thank you for the attention.
All right. Thank you, Virginia Seminary, for hosting today. And thank you, Yvonne, for bringing us together. And I also want to thank you for the opportunity to participate. And thank you also to Andreas. You have outlined us this evening many interesting points to help us to enter into this in-between space of seeing with the Trinitarian gaze. I would like to now take a few moments to explore just a few of these points. In the 80s, two music groups echoed Roland Barthes' idea of photography. Def Leppard and The Cure, two distinct bands, both captured the distinct idea that the photograph is a petrification of the real. In the song Photograph, Def Leppard sings, towards the end, photograph, I don't want your photograph. I don't need your photograph. All I've got is a photograph. I want to touch you. Touch. The real encounter with the senses. It betrays that the picture is only a representation of what is real, but not actually real to the viewer of the photograph. And yet, when the tourists pour through their destinations, most prefer to capture the perfect scene by making a photograph of it instead of experiencing a real, sensual encounter. In Pictures of You, The Cure sings, I've been looking so long at these pictures of you that I almost believe that they're real. I've been living so long with my pictures of you that I almost believe that the pictures are all I can feel. There was nothing in the world that I ever wanted more than to feel you deep in my heart. There was nothing in the world that I ever wanted more than to never feel the breaking apart all my pictures of you. Here the pictures are the past, and they do not penetrate forward into the depths of the living, feeling, present heart. Wilson, as another, is real to some extent, and it can do something that a photograph cannot do because he is created by our Robinson. The creative act makes Wilson a different sort of thing. He is closer to an icon than to a photograph, and closer to than the photograph is to the icon. The person is not really in the photograph, but in the icon, the person is really present and accessible to the other. Could Wilson be an icon? That is not just an image or a work of art, but specifically an icon. It would seem that no, Wilson is not an icon, and perhaps it is even irreverent to compare Wilson to an icon. An icon seen as a real other, as this window to a thou. Wilson is an alter ego, perhaps closer to the subjective experience of a friend, but not intended necessarily to be a real, specific, and personal other. Yet, nonetheless, there is now an encounter that can take place that is similar to the encounter with an icon. With this other, that is Wilson, there is a space in which a relationship can exist. Thus, a new space is created in the creation of Wilson as an other. The space of encounter that exists between Robinson and Wilson is the space in which Robinson can exist as a person. As Andreas pointed out, it is only in relation with the other subject that the self can fully exist. It is in the mutually interpenetrating gaze of subject and subject that the self, in this case, Robinson, can exercise his own subjectivity. But what and how does Wilson see? The Trinitarian gaze shows us that each subject gazes at the other. There is a mutual interpenetration of gaze. Guardini says that the work of art looks back at the observer. So what does Wilson see? If we were to suspend judgment for a moment, what is the role of Wilson's gaze? What is created in the act of creating Wilson? If it were merely the extension of one's own ego, then it would be narcissism. So how is Wilson gazing back at Robinson not narcissistic? How is it that the created object gazes back and that the creator actually desires this as an other self in such a way that it is not narcissistic? Narcissism is the inability to see the other as separate and distinct from one's own self. In the myth of Narcissus, he sees his own reflection in a pool gazing back at him. He falls in love with this image of his own reflection, which is the projection of himself, with tragic consequences. The gaze here cannot be triadic because the relationship is entirely inside the person. It does not move outside of oneself to another. It is not even a relationship with one's own self, but only the attraction to the beauty of the appearance, and when physically touched, the reflection disappears. The triadic relationship can exist, however, with a created work of art. The myth of Pygmalion comes to mind. Pygmalion is a sculptor who falls in love with the beautiful statue which he has created. In this myth, however, the created sculpture, that is the statue he created, receives being from the gods and is given life to become a real other for Pygmalion. The ballet Coppelia also mirrors this story, in which a boy falls in love with an inventor's doll, but a girl from the town impersonates the doll so that the boy falls in love with her and is saved from the wicked scheme of the inventor. Though Wilson does not come to life, he is more than a reflection of Robinson's own self, and Robinson talks to Wilson as a separate I from his own I. The fact that Wilson is created is also significant. In creating Wilson, Robinson overcomes himself and is able to give something to an other. In this case, he gives the ball this other subjectivity. The creative act is somehow able to give Wilson subjectivity as an alter ego, but it is also doing something for Robinson. Robinson, who prior to the accident was always busy, is now, for the first time, master of his own time. He has a sort of freedom given to him, which, as German-American psychoanalyst Erich Fromm would say, gives him the ability to create. Personal integrity and spontaneous creative work are the positive aspects achieved in freedom. The creative act in freedom relies on spontaneity, according to Fromm. Spontaneity comes from a place of aliveness, of joy, and of love of life, and insists that the outcome is not controlled, that the results are not predictable. It is often hard and challenging to achieve spontaneity because the activity is just for the sake of engaging in the activity, just to have fun, and it is something that is difficult for many people to do. As soon as it isn't about an outcome, it is no longer having fun or being spontaneous. It is perhaps similar to playing sports. The fun is the game as it unfolds and the working together as a team to respond to each new situation. The fun of the game is not about winning, but playing. Playing, even more so creative play, another form of spontaneity in the integrated free self. Joseph Pieper frames this in terms of leisure. Leisure is the source of being able to creatively give and to work. Leisure is not, he says, the attitude of one who intervenes, but of one who opens himself. Not of someone who seizes, but of one who lets go, who lets himself go. The letting go offers the spontaneity to being open to the experience and to the encounter with the world. In being open to receiving whatever may come from the spontaneous act of leisure, according to Pieper, the person can move beyond the limits of utilitarian work and be open to the whole of reality. In this leisure and openness, a person can become free to be themselves. Fromm also notes the creative act is in some way unitive. The spontaneous activity is done freely of the person's choosing. The creative aspect engages the whole person and is an emotional, intellectual, and sensual experience of the integrated self, and the self is strengthened in this creativity, because love is central to spontaneity. And through the spontaneous creativity, the person can relate to the world as a self. The individual and the world then become part of a whole. So what is it that Robinson sees when Wilson gazes back at him? What do we see when a work of art gazes back at us? In creating Wilson, Robinson opens up the encounter with the world. He can now see and encounter the world. Furthermore, the created thing, Wilson, is a whole, complete, and not just part of something else. Wilson becomes the world. In fact, there is a world in which Robinson can now live instead of just an environment in which he must try to survive. In Wilson, perhaps it is Robinson who is now alive for the first time. Wilson, Robinson, and the relationship between them forms a triangle that creates the hermeneutic space through which not only Robinson can view the world, but through which alone the world exists for Robinson. Without this intersubjectivity, there is no world for Robinson, but only his environment, which leads to a few questions. What is the nature of self in a vacuum? Does it cease to be? And does it cease to see? It is interesting to be able to identify this human need of intersubjectivity as part of the existence in these times, because there has been a recent trend of people not engaging in relationships. Many news sources report that in many countries, birth rates are declining, fewer people are getting married. But the problem is deeper than this. The people are not even partnering. The trend is towards individuals preferring their own individuality over and in place of real relationships. Perhaps these people seek their intersubjectivity virtually. With the new capabilities of technology and the pressures of COVID, a new virtual world stands in the place of relationships. Social media is perhaps this new world for connecting. There were times earlier in the developments of the virtual connecting when young people sat at the computers and had typed conversations with one another over different chat applications. Soon after that, young people could be seen sitting near each other in the hallways of schools or on benches at parks, texting each other over their phones rather than talking with each other. However, now they don't even do that. The currency of exchange now is a photograph. They snap pictures at each other. It seems that photography has replaced the real. And here is a unique paradox. Let us consider just one of the aspects presented on Roland Barthes and photography. The petrified real has replaced the real itself and is preferred to that which is real. It seems that the fear of the relationship, the fear of being seen by the gaze of even one such as Wilson. One might ask if there is also a fear of showing up as an authentic real self because of this aspect of being seen. The photographs can be digitally edited, a smile can be forced. The real person behind the photograph is never seen. The space of encounter is also lost if the relationship does not exist. The space in which growth and exchange happens is lost. The space in which one can see another is gone. Besides these instant photograph sharing platforms, many people also choose to utilize other profile platforms to post pictures of themselves and their lives. They create a sort of story, mostly of photographs, to tell no specific viewer of their life. Because often these posts are created for no one specific person or relationship. They believe, however, that they are creating content to give to their audience, yet few of them have a real triadic relationship with audience, and thus the triangle is broken. Audience by nature is impersonal, even more so, virtual audiences that have no real I or identity. Perhaps like the reflection in the waters into which Narcissus gazed, it isn't even real. Thus the person posting virtual photographs is producing something that is directed not to anyone other in particular, and in so doing diminishes the person's own self as subject. Is it not the case then that such a person can hardly be said to be fully, let alone to see? Do they not become rather like Narcissus, slowly diminishing into their own photographed reflection? Underneath all of this, a love for life, for what is real and alive and growing, is perhaps diminishing. There may be a preference for not creating, but an increasingly desired approach to engage only through and with the photograph, which may suggest an illness of a people who cannot see life in the real. and that have now formed a preference for a non-subject, which can never be a subject. This leaves us with an urgent need to really develop these practices of threefold seeing and teach it to others in order that we might re-enter the mutual interpenetration of subject and subject.
Thank you all for these 4 talks this afternoon. We started the day with me talking about an awareness of the object being aware, the awareness of the object to the presence of the observer. And now we have ended the day with the consideration of the effects that the object's seeing of the observer has on the observer. Robinson awakens because of Wilson's gaze. That's something that we can kind of think on. Also, the fact that, I don't know where you all are, but here we are at a seminary, and we've had an afternoon's talk on Kandinsky, the movie Castaway, and Def Leppard. Quite a beholding. So I now want to turn, I'm not sure if our other seminarians here on campus would actually believe that we've just had a series of lectures on those 3 together and how they awaken the self to the reality of the world. Lovely. So let me open this up to questions. I hope that you have written some down and be able to share them with them as soon as we can. So go ahead and have your reactions. Gabriella, please start us off.
Ecco, Castaway può suggerirci che appunto la solitudine e il non incontro con le altre persone può essere apportatore di un significato particolare, cioè ovvero di una dimensione specifica che è altra, che implica sia il superamento del concetto di tempo, di Cronos, inteso come superamento degli avvenimenti, che del concetto bergsoniano dello spazio della coscienza e dei concetti conclusivi di sé. Quindi per approdare a quello di Kairos, al concetto di Kairos, che è una parola greca che indica il tempo kairologico, cioè ovvero quello supremo, quello giusto, e che appunto con il nostro significato significa appunto il tempo, quello della provvidenza divina, del dono di Dio, cioè del momento in cui c'è l'interazione perfetta tra Dio e noi. E quindi, cioè, appunto, volevo sapere se può essere anche questo significato incluso nel significato di Castaway. Mi sono spiegata, cioè se... Ecco.
Can you restate that for us? And to whom you'd like to have speak?
Ok, allora, che in pratica, cioè, appunto, Castaway cioè, ci può far approdare al significato del concetto di Kairos, ovvero quello kairologico, del momento giusto, cioè di quello appunto che ci fa partecipi della provvidenza divina, del dono di Dio che si fa a noi. E quindi appunto c'è questo momento supremo che attraverso la solitudine, attraverso il superamento di se stessi, cioè si arriva proprio anche attraverso questo momento della solitudine a Dio, all'interazione perfetta con Dio. Si è sentito? Non so se si sente.
Andreas or Katie, would you like
Non
to
si
take that?
sente.
Yes, I try to find an answer. Well, it's certainly the situation is actually that a very busy man is thrown out of his daily life, and so he certainly has a situation which seems to be timeless. Time is a very important aspect for him in his work as a businessman, and he tries to make his business faster and faster, and he's slowed down of a extreme way. Perhaps we can find divine time in the meaning of a timelessness as a metaphorical aspect of this. Before the accident, he was running after his business, and now nothing changes. He sits on this island together with Wilson some days after the accident for, I think, 4 years or so, and he is convinced that he will stay there forever, and he makes a kind of calendar or watch or so, but he believes, I think he believes in being fallen out of time. That's right. But an important aspect of divine time to me is the relation between this timelessness of God on the one hand, and time in the universe, in the creation on the other hand, so that there's nothing he can watch which changes or something like this. Perhaps the weather. So it would be a possible metaphor to think that he loses time. I didn't find the divine time in this, but I think it's not impossible to read it this way. Yeah.
Katie, would you like to add?
I can contribute a little bit in a different way. What I can share is that when someone is so used to their environment, when they're in this structured space, they're actually less free. And so when suddenly we have our Robinson with all the time in the world on his hands, he's forced to be free from all the things that otherwise kept him from any sort of encounter in life. And so perhaps if we consider time from the perspective of encounter, we see a divine aspect as well, because suddenly he has the space.
I can't hear you.
Different meeting.
Yeah, we lost the last sentence or two, Katie. Yeah. It broke up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So he creates this space in creating Wilson, in which perhaps time can exist, and in which I think that we see a bit of opportunity for the divine, because he is now free to do this. In part, I think of freedom from the perspective of Erich Fromm, who talks about needing to separate from the things that would otherwise be like barriers. But I also think of Saint Ignatius, who is very insistent in the spiritual exercises of needing to detach ourselves from things in order to find freedom, in order to find God. And so I think this creates the opportunity of the encounter, which could be an opportunity to see divine time.
May I once more say something? I'm to hear, yeah? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I think we shouldn't forget that the situation is very dystopic for him. It's certainly a kind of freedom, but freedom in a negative sense, because the absence of everything which costs time. But it's really a dystopic scenery, I think he finds, and we should not forget. There's one scene he tries to commit suicide even. So this timelessness is not a kind of happiness for him, and it is a combination of timelessness, that nothing happens, but his existential problems of finding food and finding something to drink or so, they stay. They are still there, and he even gets ill. He has problems with his tooth, and so I think it's dangerous to see it too positive.
I appreciate that. I will respond that Fromm talks about the risk of freedom is anxiety, isolation, and the destructive side of it, because if you're separate from everything and everyone, the human being can't really exist or thrive in that without finding, as he does in Wilson, something, right? So I agree. Thank you.
Christoph, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, might be several questions. This meeting is really wonderful because it is so interdisciplinary, with so many individual triangles and viewpoints in there. And I wonder, each and every triangle, or each and every viewpoint from arts, religion, and science we have heard, is individual, quite specialist. And I wonder how much they give, if they are separated, a very defined picture of God or morality, and etc. And whether and that's why I find this meeting so fruitful. We need to take all disciplines here into account to get a fuller and more clear picture. And I guess that is a question to everyone, to all the speakers. And then I wonder whether our human self picture changes with these in different viewpoints. And a maybe provocative question is whether, Snapchat is maybe not the future, but rather virtual reality, that we meet each other in 3D adds an additional dimension, and whether there is even anything positive which we can draw from this potential or almost certain future.
Would any of our four speakers like to take a comment on that? Those are good thoughts.
I'd be happy to start. I think that I want to say, first of all, thank you for your question. I believe that the interdisciplinary and what Yvonne has actually been pushing to call this transdisciplinary approach is actually critical to go forward. I think we run many risks if we get too specialized and isolated, because we lose the fullness of existence. As much as we like to think in our own way, I think the lack of interaction, the lack of an objective other in which we can see not only the other, but their gaze on us, is critical to our own development, formation, and growth. Guardini talks about, I think, in some way entering into the image and exploring and somehow the promise of who we are yet to become becomes alive for us. And so we need this other and these other disciplines to find that for ourselves and our own growth. So that's kind of the first comment on your comment about the interdisciplinary. I think we have a whole host of discussion that could be had around Snapchat and the developments therein. I think what struck me most in the reading of Roland Barthes a bit, and just the brief highlight that we gave it, is that there's something unreal that is suddenly replacing the way we communicate. Written letters had a bit more of an aliveness to them. There was something that was still of me conveyed on the paper to someone else that was created. The picture doesn't do that, and yet it's replacing this for many people. In fact, in some elementary schools in the US, I've learned they don't even teach cursive handwriting anymore. That's obsolete and out of date. We don't need that. And so we're definitely seeing a change in the way and the mode of language and communication in this.
Ruta, would you like to ask a question, add a thought?
My question was to Andreas. If I wanted to clarify better the polar opposition of Guardini, if I understood good, let me understand and maybe clarify this situation about the castaway, about the Robinson, what happens in Robinson. If it is right that in Robinson happens with two Robinsons, I mean these two oppositions that he creates with Wilson for just what is happening inside him. And in this, if we can call this the polar opposition, and in which happens as well the contemplation. So I believe if there exists contemplation, there exists as well the time about which way we have talked. Time exists in contemplation. So how, if there exists opposition, how contemplation exists in these two Robinsons, let's say, which incarnated through the Wilson and with this Wilson gaze on Robinson. So thank you.
Thank you. I think that it's really an important aspect that the counterpart of Robinson is in a certain way he himself, and so it's a kind of doubling himself by creating this this Wilson. We know it's no subject, and what I tried to express with the term of the hermeneutical sphere or room or space, is just this looking onto the relation between me, myself, and any object in which I find myself. That's what Robinson does. He finds himself in this Wilson, in his counterpart, and the act of creativity, the act of creation, is then in this relation of second order, as I called it. And that is really a kind of contemplative aspect, I think. I have mentioned in one short sentence another example of such a situation. It's the finale of Tristan and Isolde. It's not in the film Cast Away, and it's far away of Hollywood, but it's, I think, the same situation. I do not know if you know the opera. It's the end of the opera, and Tristan is dead, and Isolde tries to get in contact with him, to communicate with him. And in the moment when she is, she has as a counterpart the dead Tristan, she refers not to this person, which is no longer present, but she refers to her relation to this person and finds there a contemplative situation where she becomes world. That's one of the formulations of the second act. Selbst dann bin ich die Welt. I myself become world. And I can become, and this happens in the end of the opera. And this only can happen when I transcend the normal kind of relation between two subjects, this natural relation of first order, and I reach this second, this meta level, which is contemplative totally. And so I think we can this also we also can this find in Castaway. It's not really different, I think.
I believe that he survived for this reason, for this contemplation. No, this is the answer.
Yeah,
the result of this.
Mm-hmm. It's a kind of happiness which seems to overwhelm solitude by reaching his counterpart, which makes him a complete being. Because solitude is a lack of world. I have given the example of language, the lack of language, and the lack of Behaustheit in Heidegger, but it's also a lack of existential wholeness.
Thank you for that. I want to make sure Yvonne and Yaya have time to ask their questions. So thank you for that commentary, Andreas.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for this session. I'm delighted. It was really, the whole afternoon was so beautiful with all these different arguments from the beginning on. Thank you so much. I have two things very quickly. The first thing is, I come from Katie and Andreas, then to Kandinsky, to Pierre and Valerie. Because the first thing is, he is creating, the Robinson, he's creating this ball, which normally in other films becomes horror. Because if I create two eyes with a face, you know, it could be something you are completely, I would be on an island completely alone with such a face, I could be also terrified. Mm-hmm. So there is something, you know, the film tells it like this, as it would be normal. But it means he must be quite strong and healthy, you know, to do something. And then to see every day, yesterday we talked about, or 2 days ago, about the Lord who looks at us and we are completely terrified because he's looking at us all the time. And also this ball is looking at us all the time. I mean, that we discussed in theology, but now we have a work of art created by yourself, you know? So that is the first point. And then I come to something which I became aware, the relation between Robinson and the ball. I ask myself, perhaps it's very provocative, but we are here to have freedom in our thoughts. So that means I see a relation between me or a person and the Lord. We talked about that yesterday in the spiritual exercises, you know, because in a certain sense with the imagination and so on, we create not physically the Lord, but we create it with our mind. That's quite interesting. And so to come to the end, that means the role of art, always the discussion with my students, real art. If he would have made the ball as a function, so I make the face so I have somebody, it wouldn't have worked because it's functional. Scopo, Guardini would say it doesn't work. But if he does it and now I come to Kandinsky, with the inner necessity that he needs to do it, otherwise he has to die. So something comes out, you know, what, and now I want to finish, and these are all questions, but I mean, I finished that. If it's timeless, because he thinks he will never get out of this place, and at the same time, it's existential problems, you know, an existential problem. This is what Guardini resolves with the polar opposition. You need, if you look in between the timeless and in between this existential situation, you can see the promise. Yes, it's also something for all of you, yes, but that I found really interesting. Thank you.
What was the other question?
Yeah. Yaya, would you like to add, start us off and perhaps comment on what Yvonne said?
Faccio la domanda in italiano, così evito di fare errori. E per Andreas e Katie, un po' forse hanno già risposto in realtà, ma rispetto a quanto aveva detto all'inizio Andreas, la lingua è l'abitare nel mondo, la lingua è la possibilità di parlare e di ricevere una risposta. Questa risposta che cerca Robinson la potrebbe comunque trovare, credo, in un certo modo, nella foto della moglie. Pensare che nulla cerca lì, in quello sguardo che conosce e che sa magari che cosa potrebbe dire lui, ma ha bisogno di creare un'altra realtà dove in realtà incontra la parte di lui che non conosce o che comunque nasce una sorta di paura. All'abbandono quasi, no?
She's back to that.
Forse avevo attivato l'altro canale. Avete sentito? Okay.
I'll just add in before I have Helmut's observation or question. It's something that we've been talking about here in the last 2 days and 3 days in our discussion group at the seminary, is the topic of, and I think you've touched on it a bit before as well, Yaya, kind of existential despair. The suicidal thoughts of Robinson, it's that sense of when God does not behold us, or when the object does not look back at us. It's when the triangle is corrupted. It's this sense of looking into the abyss, or even Christ on the cross in the first lines of Psalm 22. Why has God forsaken me? I don't think I don't think we've set ourselves up time in this discussion to talk about that. I think Yvonne is talking a bit about in the opposites of when God beholds us, but also when the beholding is not there, and what does it mean to us as people, and how do we reconcile that? Because I do think that there are many young people who feel, or non-Christians, non-religious people who are struggling with that. And so I'm affirming what you're saying, Yaya, because I think it's something we didn't build into our time, but I think it's something that's coming through that we've heard here, that we're thinking about, that we don't have an answer as yet, but it is that important question that perhaps we all need to consider as we kind of go through the next 2 days. So thank you for being persistent on bringing this up as well. Any other thoughts on that at this point? And Pia, and then we'll have Helmut ask, and I know we're over time, so I want to be faithful to that. So Pia, do you want to have some quick thought?
I would like try a short answer to Yvonne. I think Kandinsky would say it's inner necessity that he make a face to the ball, but Robison, he lacks other people for spiritual development. He needs people that have a sensitive feeling for and a higher development, and can take the other people with, I don't know, understand. I'm finished.
Of the day. Oh,
sorry, I have to open my microphone. First, like Kandinsky, Klee, and also Frank Marc, Guardini sees himself as an expressionist, Catholic expressionist, but expressionist. The expression for him of the self, of the world, of the art is a very important category. But for the comparison with Guardini in this use of the ball, Guardini distinguishes self-knowledge and self-education with help of teachers, but also with the help of ball, externalizing this self-knowledge and self-formation into things. But for Guardini, however, animals and things also have a soul, and created things also carry the vestigium Dei, that size for redemptions with all the creation, even if they have no concrete living relationship with a concrete living human being. This becomes very clear in his discussion of the French writer Francis Cham and of Kleist's puppet show, which unfortunately has not yet been translated in Italian and in English. We must not overstrain the thoughts that in Guardini, things, plants, and animals have the same personal character as people. But we must not overstrain the personal character that the other person has for us if he is not in a concrete living relationship of I and you with us. And after the end of an encounter or a dialogue, the other person does not become an it for us, but an unconcrete other that cannot be experienced as living. This is similarly to the thinking of Leonard Boff, who speaks of the sacrament of his deceased fathers in the cigarette butt. And also these things for us can behold the significance for the redemption of the whole of the world, because they are part of the creation. I think we have to mention also this going ahead by Guardini with Francis Cham and also with other expressionists. Thank you.
Perhaps we'll leave it with Helmut's words there this evening and leave our thoughts with Guardini. So thank you all for this long day, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And bless you and have a wonderful, wonderful evening.